Hey there folks, welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the gentle twilight hours when the stars first begin to peek through the velvet curtain of the evening sky, and the last golden rays of sunlight kiss the rolling green hills of the Shire goodbye, there exists a magic that few outside these blessed lands have ever truly known. It is a magic woven not from spells or enchantments, though those certainly have their place in the tales to come, but rather from the simple act of gathering close, of sharing warmth by a crackling hearth, and of listening to the old stories that have been passed down through countless generations of Hobbit folk. Tonight, as the moon rises full and silver over the party tree in Hobbiton, and the smell of pipeweed mingles sweetly with the scent of fresh-baked bread cooling on windowsills, we shall journey together through a collection of tales drawn from the very heart of Hobbit tradition. These are stories that grandmothers have whispered to wide-eyed children, that old gaffers have shared over pints of the Green Dragon's finest ale, and that have been preserved in the dusty pages of family histories kept in the deepest cupboards of the oldest Hobbit holes throughout the Four Farthings. It is said that long ago, before the Shire was even called by that name, when the Hobbits first settled in these lands after their long wandering from the valleys of the Anduin, there lived among them a wise old Hobbit woman named Amaranth Greenhand. Now Amaranth was not like the other Hobbits of her time, for she possessed what the old folk called the listening ear, a gift that allowed her to hear the whispers of the earth itself, the secrets shared between the roots of ancient trees, and the songs that the rivers sang as they wound their way through the countryside. It was Amaranth who first began to collect the stories of her people, gathering them like precious flowers pressed between the pages of a great leather-bound book that she kept by her bedside. And it is from her collection, so the old tales claim, that many of the stories we know today first found their lasting form. The first tale we shall share this evening comes from the North Farthing, where the hills grow steeper and the winters blow colder, and where the Hobbits have always been a bit more mysterious than their cousins to the south. It is called the Tale of the Moonweaver, and it concerns a young Hobbit lass named Primrose Burrows who lived in the small village of Oatbarton, near the banks of a stream that the local folk simply called the Singing Water. Primrose was known throughout Oatbarton for two things. First, she possessed the most remarkable head of copper-red curls that anyone in living memory had ever seen, hair that seemed to catch and hold the light of the setting sun even long after darkness had fallen. And second, she was blessed with fingers so nimble and quick that her needlework was said to be finer than anything the elves themselves might produce. From the time she was barely old enough to hold a needle, Primrose had created tapestries and embroideries of such stunning beauty that folk travelled from distant villages just to commission her work. She stitched scenes of rolling meadows dotted with wildflowers, of great oak trees spreading their branches toward cloudless skies, of Hobbit children playing among the haystacks at harvest time. Each piece she created seemed almost alive, as if one might reach out and feel the softness of the grass or smell the sweetness of the blossoms she had so carefully rendered in thread. But for all her talent and the modest prosperity it brought to her family, Primrose carried within her heart a secret longing that she shared with no one, not even her beloved mother who sat with her by the fire each evening as they worked on their various projects. You see, Primrose had always dreamed of capturing something that seemed beyond the reach of even her gifted fingers. She wanted to stitch the moonlight itself, to somehow trap the silver radiance that poured down upon the hills and meadows on clear nights, and preserve it forever in thread and fabric. She had tried many times, using the finest silver threads that travelling merchants brought from the markets of Bree, but no matter how skillfully she worked, the results always fell short of the vision in her mind. The threads were too dull, too earthly, too incapable of holding the ethereal quality of true moonlight. And so it is said that one autumn evening, when the harvest moon hung low and enormous over the fields of Oatbarton, Primrose wrapped herself in her warmest cloak and slipped out of her comfortable hobbit hole to walk among the hills. The night was crisp and clear, and the moonlight fell so thick upon the land that it seemed almost tangible, as if one might scoop it up in cupped hands like water from a well. Primrose wandered further than she had intended, following the path of the singing water as it climbed higher into the North Farthing Hills, until she found herself in a small glen she'd never seen before. And there, seated upon a smooth grey stone in the very centre of the clearing, was an old woman who appeared to be spinning at a wheel unlike any Primrose had ever encountered. The wheel was made of what looked like pale birchwood, though it gleamed with an inner light that suggested it was crafted from something far more precious. And the thread that the old woman drew from her distaff was not made of wool or flax, but seemed instead to be spun from the very moonlight that flooded the glen. It glowed and shimmered as it wound onto the spindle, casting dancing shadows across the grass and illuminating the old woman's face with a soft silver radiance. Primrose stood at the edge of the clearing, hardly daring to breathe. The old woman's fingers moved with a grace that spoke of countless years of practice, drawing the luminous thread with movements as natural and inevitable as the turning of the seasons. Her face was weathered but kind, lined with the gentle wrinkles that come from a lifetime of smiling, and her eyes, when she finally lifted them, to regard the young hobbit who had stumbled upon her secret work, were the deep grey of storm clouds just before they released their rain. "Come closer, child," the old woman said, and her voice was like the rustle of autumn leaves carried on a gentle breeze. "I've been waiting for you, though I confess I expected you might find your way here sooner." Primrose, who had been raised with proper hobbit manners and who knew better than to show surprise even in the most unusual circumstances, approached the old woman with a curtsy. "Begging your pardon," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "but I do not believe we have met. How is it that you were expecting me?" The old woman smiled, and in that smile Primrose saw a warmth and a wisdom that reminded her of her grandmother, who had passed beyond the circles of the world when Primrose was still a young child. "I know you by your longing," the old woman replied, still working her wheel without pausing to look at her hands. "I know you by the ache in your heart that calls out for something beautiful that you cannot quite grasp. I have heard your wishes whispered on the night wind, carried to me across the hills and valleys. You seek to capture the moonlight in your stitching, do you not?" Primrose nodded, her eyes fixed upon the glowing thread that continued to accumulate upon the spindle. "I have tried," she admitted, feeling somehow that honesty was the only appropriate response in this strange and wondrous place. "I have tried so many times, but I cannot make my threads hold the light the way the moon does. It slips away from me like morning mist when the sun rises." The old woman nodded slowly, as if Primrose had given exactly the answer she expected. "That is because you have been trying to capture something that does not wish to be held," she said. "The moonlight is not merely light, child. It is a gift freely given, a blessing poured out upon the world each night without expectation of return. One cannot capture such a gift through force or cleverness. One can only receive it through understanding." "And what must I understand?" Primrose asked, finding herself drawn closer to the spinning wheel, mesmerised by the gentle rhythm of its turning and the soft glow of the thread. The old woman's smile deepened, and she patted the stone beside her, inviting Primrose to sit. "Sit with me a while," she said, "and I shall teach you the first lesson of the moonweaver's art. But be warned, young one, the knowledge I offer comes with responsibility. Those who learn to weave the moonlight must also learn to share its blessing, for such magic was never meant to be hoarded or hidden away." Primrose settled herself upon the stone, which was surprisingly warm despite the chill of the autumn night, and prepared to listen. And so began the first of many nights that the young hobbit would spend in that hidden glen, learning secrets that would one day make her name legendary throughout the Shire. The old woman, who told Primrose that she might be called Mother Silverthimble, though that was not precisely her true name, began her instruction that very night. She explained that the moonlight which bathed the world each evening was not a single simple thing, but rather a tapestry woven from many different threads of meaning and memory. There was the silver light of hope that helped travellers find their way home through darkened paths. There was the gentle glow of comfort that soothed restless children into peaceful dreams. There was the brilliant radiance of inspiration that touched the minds of poets and artists and musicians, filling them with visions of beauty they spent their whole lives trying to express. And there was the soft luminescence of memory, which allowed those who had lost loved ones to feel their presence still, lingering in the quiet hours of the night. To weave true moonlight into thread, Mother Silverthimble explained, one must first learn to see these different qualities, to distinguish one from another the way a master vintner can taste the difference between wines grown in neighbouring fields. This sing was not done with the eyes alone, but with the heart and soul, with the deepest parts of oneself that remembered what it felt like to hope, to be comforted, to be inspired, and to hold precious memories close. Primrose listened with rapt attention, her clever fingers itching to try what she was learning, but the old woman cautioned patience. The moonlight would not be rushed, and neither could its secrets be mastered in a single night. And so began a pattern that would continue throughout that autumn and into the winter that followed. Each evening when the moon rose, Primrose would slip away from her home and make her way to the hidden glen, where Mother Silverthimble waited with her glowing wheel and her endless supply of wisdom. The old woman taught her to sit in stillness, to quiet the busy chatter of her mind, and to open herself to the subtle qualities of the light that surrounded them. At first, Primrose could perceive nothing but the general silvery glow that she had always known, but gradually, night by night, her perception sharpened, and she began to notice the different textures and tones within what she had previously thought was a uniform radiance. She learned to see the way the moonlight pooled in the hollows of their hills, gathering there like water in a basin, thick with the accumulated dreams of all the creatures who had ever slept beneath its gentle influence. She learned to notice how the light that touched the leaves of the ancient oak trees carried with it echoes of all the seasons those trees had witnessed, springs of tender green growth and autumns of brilliant dying colour and winters of patient waiting. She learned to feel the way the moonlight seemed to sing as it fell, a music too subtle for ordinary ears, but unmistakable once one learned to listen with the proper attention. By the time the first snows of winter began to fall upon the North Farthing, Primrose had developed a sensitivity to moonlight that it would have seemed impossible to her just a few months before. She could close her eyes and sense the moon's position in the sky by the quality of light that touched her skin. She could distinguish between the light of a waxing moon, which carried energy and promise, and the light of a waning moon, which held the wisdom of release and letting go. She had not yet touched the spinning wheel, had not yet attempted to draw the first strand of luminous thread, but she understood now that all of this preparation had been necessary, that one could not hope to capture something one did not truly know. It was on the night of the winter solstice, the longest night of the year, that Mother Silverthimble finally invited Primrose to try her hand at the wheel. The glen was blanketed in fresh snow, and the moonlight reflecting off the white surface created a brightness that was almost overwhelming in its intensity. The old woman stepped aside, gesturing for Primrose to take her place upon the spinning stone, and as the young hobbit settled herself before the glowing wheel, she felt a trembling in her chest that was equal parts terror and exhilaration. The distaff held nothing visible to the ordinary eye, just empty air where the roving of wool or flax would normally be. But Primrose, with her newly trained perception, could see the moonlight gathered there, condensed into something almost tangible, waiting to be drawn out and transformed. She reached for it with fingers that shook only slightly, and she felt a coolness against her skin that was refreshing rather than uncomfortable, like the touch of spring water on a warm summer day. And then, remembering everything that Mother Silverthimble had taught her, she began to spin. The wheel turned beneath her foot, slowly at first, then with increasing steadiness as she found her rhythm. The moonlight flowed through her fingers, and she felt it resist at first, felt it try to slip away and return to the vast ocean of radiance from which it had been drawn. But she did not grasp it more tightly, did not try to force it to obey her will. Instead, she opened her heart to it, welcomed it, let it know that she understood its nature and respected its freedom. She thought of her mother, waiting patiently at home, trusting that her daughter would return safely from her mysterious evening wanderings. She thought of the love she felt for the Shire, for the green hills and the flowering meadows and the comfortable hobbit holes where families gathered in warmth and fellowship. She thought of all the beautiful things she had ever wanted to create, not for her own glory, but to share with others who might find joy in them. And the moonlight responded, It ceased its resistance and began to flow willingly through her fingers, allowing itself to be drawn out and twisted into thread. The strand that emerged was so beautiful that Primrose nearly wept to see it. It glowed with a soft silver radiance that seemed to contain within it all the different qualities of moonlight she had learned to perceive over the past months. It was hope and comfort and inspiration and memory all woven together, and as it wound onto the spindle, it cast dancing patterns of light across the snow-covered glen that were like nothing Primrose had ever witnessed. She spun for hours that night, losing herself in the rhythm and the beauty of the work, until the moon began to sink toward the western horizon and the first hints of dawn appeared in the eastern sky. When she finally stopped, her fingers aching pleasantly from their unaccustomed labour, she found that she'd produced a small but precious quantity of true moonlight thread, enough perhaps to embroider a single small design. Mother Silverthimble examined her work with eyes that sparkled with approval, and she told Primrose that she had done well, better than most beginners managed on their first attempt. But the old woman also offered a warning. The thread Primrose had spun would not maintain its glow forever if it was merely stored away in a drawer or cupboard. Moonlight was meant to be shared, and thread spun from its essence would slowly fade if it was not used to create something that could bring light and hope to others. This was the responsibility that came with the gift, the price of the power to capture such beauty. One who learned the Moonweaver's art must also learn to be generous with its fruits, must create not for personal satisfaction alone, but for the benefit of all who might encounter the finished work. Primrose took this warning to heart, and over the weeks that followed she carefully considered what she might create with her precious thread. She thought of elaborate tapestries and magnificent gowns, of decorative pieces that would astound all who beheld them. But somehow none of these ideas felt right. They were too grand, too focused on the impression they would make rather than the good they might do. And then, one evening as she sat by the fire with her mother, watching the older Hobbit's face drawn with weariness after a long day of work, an idea came to her that felt exactly right. She would create a small handkerchief for her mother, simple in design but worked with moonlight thread in a pattern of stars and flowers. It would be something her mother could carry with her always, something that would offer comfort during difficult moments and remind her that she was loved. It was a modest project, especially given the remarkable nature of the materials involved, but Primrose knew in her heart that this was precisely what the moonlight wanted to become. She worked on the handkerchief during the quiet hours of the night, when her mother had retired to bed and the house was still. Her needle moved with practiced grace, drawing the glowing thread through the fine white linen in patterns that seemed to arrange themselves almost of their own accord. And as she worked, she thought of all the ways her mother had cared for her throughout her life, all the sacrifices made and worries endured, all the love poured out without expectation of return. She stitched these feelings into the fabric along with the moonlight, and when she was finished, the handkerchief glowed with a soft radiance that warmed the heart merely to behold. When Primrose presented the handkerchief to her mother on the morning of the Midwinter Festival, the older Hobbit's reaction was everything she could have hoped for and more. Her mother held the delicate square of fabric in trembling hands, her eyes wide with wonder as she beheld the soft glow that emanated from the stitched patterns of stars and flowers. She asked how such a thing was possible, how thread could hold light within itself, and Primrose found herself telling the whole story of her nighttime visits to the hidden glen and the lessons she had received from Mother Silverthimble. She expected her mother to be sceptical, perhaps even worried about her daughter's sanity, but instead the older Hobbit merely nodded slowly, as if Primrose's tale confirmed something she had always suspected but never quite articulated. "There has always been magic in your fingers, child," her mother said softly, pressing the glowing handkerchief to her heart. "I knew from the first time you picked up a needle that you were destined for something more than ordinary needlework. I'm glad you have found a teacher worthy of your gift." And from that day forward, Primrose's mother carried the handkerchief with her everywhere she went, and those who knew her remarked on how she seemed somehow lighter, more hopeful, as if a burden she'd carried for years had finally been lifted from her shoulders. Word of the remarkable handkerchief spread through Oat Barton, as word of remarkable things always does in small communities where everyone knows everyone else's business. Folk began to appear at Primrose's door, asking if she might create similar items for them, offering whatever payment they could afford for a chance to own something touched by what they called her moon magic. At first, Primrose was reluctant to accept commissions, uncertain whether she had enough skill or enough moonlight thread to fulfill such requests. But when she returned to the hidden glen and consulted with Mother Silverthimble, the old woman encouraged her to share her gift as widely as she was able. The moonlight is not diminished by being shared, Mother Silverthimble explained, her fingers working steadily at her ever-turning wheel. Indeed, it grows stronger the more it is given away. This is the deepest mystery of the Moonweaver's art, the truth that separates those who truly understand from those who merely possess skill. The light you capture is not yours to hoard. It passes through you like water through a stream bed, and your task is simply to shape it as it flows, to give it form that others can receive. The more freely you allow it to flow, the more will come to fill the channel you have become. And so Primrose began to accept commissions, though she was careful about what she agreed to create. She refused requests for items that seemed motivated by vanity or the desire to impress others. She would not stitch moonlight into fancy dress trimming for wealthy hobbits who wanted to outshine their neighbours at parties. She would not create decorative pieces meant merely to be displayed and admired, but for those who came to her with genuine need, with hearts heavy from grief or spirits dimmed by hardship, she worked gladly and often without accepting payment at all. She stitched a small cap for a baby who would not stop crying at night, and the child's exhausted parents reported that he slept peacefully from the first moment the cap touched his head, soothed by dreams of gentle silver light. She created a scarf for an old gaffer, whose eyes had grown too dim to see the beauty of the world around him, and though the scarf did not restore his sight, he swore that wearing it allowed him to perceive a beauty beyond what mere eyes could ever show. She embroidered a simple bookmark for a young hobbit lad who struggled with his letters, and his teacher marvelled at how quickly his reading improved once he began using it to mark his place in his lesson books. Each creation drained something from Primrose, required her to give of herself in ways that ordinary needlework never had. There were nights when she returned from the spinning glen, so exhausted that she could barely stumble to her bed, and mornings when she woke feeling as though she had aged years in a single night. But there was also a joy in the work that made every sacrifice worthwhile, a deep satisfaction that came from knowing her gift was making a real difference in the lives of those around her. And as Mother Silverthimble had promised, the more she gave, the more she found she had to give. Her skill grew with practice, and the moonlight seemed to flow through her fingers more readily with each passing month. Years passed in this manner, and Primrose's reputation spread far beyond the borders of Oatbarton. Hobbits travelled from distant corners of the Shire to seek her help, and even a few of the big folk, men from Bree and beyond, heard rumours of the Hobbit woman who could stitch starlight into fabric. She never turned away anyone whose need was genuine, though she was careful to explain that her creations were not magical talismans that could solve all problems or grant wishes. They were simply vessels for a light that had always existed, a light that anyone could learn to see if they were willing to open their hearts to its presence. It was during the autumn of her 40th year, when Primrose had established herself as the most renowned needlewoman in the history of the Shire, that she received a visitor unlike any who'd come before. She was sitting in her garden one evening enjoying the last warmth of the fading sun and contemplating a new project she'd been considering, when she noticed a figure approaching along the path that led up from the village. At first she took the figure for an unusually tall hobbit, but as it drew closer, she realised that this was no hobbit at all. It was one of the fair folk, an elf, walking with the graceful, unhurried stride that characterised that ancient race. The elf was female, with hair the colour of autumn leaves and eyes that held depths of wisdom Primrose could scarcely comprehend. She wore travelling clothes of fine make, dusty from the road but still more elegant than anything Primrose had ever seen. And when she reached the garden gate, she stopped and regarded Primrose with an expression that mingled curiosity with what might have been respect. "You are the one they call the Moonweaver," the elf said, and her voice was like music, like the sound of distant bells carried on a summer breeze. "Word of your art has reached even the ears of my people, and I have travelled far to see whether the tale speak true." Primrose rose and curtsied, her heart beating fast at this unexpected encounter. She'd never spoken with an elf before, though she had heard stories of them all her life. "I'm called Primrose Burrows," she said, trying to keep her voice steady, "and I've been blessed with a gift that I do my best to share. But I'm only a simple hobbit, hardly worthy of attention from the elder kindred." The elf smiled, and in that smile Primrose saw something that reminded her powerfully of Mother Silverthimble. "Perhaps more worthy than you know," the elf replied. "May I come in and speak with you a while? I have questions that I believe you alone might be able to answer." Primrose opened the gate and led her visitor into the comfortable parlour of her hobbit hole, bustling about to prepare tea and set out seed cakes and other refreshments, as any proper hobbit hostess would do. The elf accepted these offerings graciously, though she ate little, and when they were settled in chairs by the fire, she began to explain the purpose of her visit. "My name is Celebrindal," she said, "and I come from a realm far to the east, beyond the misty mountains, where my people have dwelt since the elder days. We're a small community now, diminished by the long years and the many sorrows we've endured, but we still remember the arts and crafts that our ancestors perfected when the world was young. Among those arts was a form of weaving that made use of captured light, of the radiance of sun and moon and stars woven into fabric of surpassing beauty. But the knowledge of how to perform this weaving has been lost to us for many centuries, the last of those who understood its secrets having sailed west to the undying lands. And now I have heard tales of a hobbit in the Shire, who has somehow recovered this lost art, who spins moonlight into thread and stitches it into works of wonder." Primrose listened in amazement, her teacup forgotten in her hands. She had never imagined that her gift might have any connection to the ancient arts of the elves, had always assumed that Mother Silverthimble's teaching was something unique and unprecedented. But as Celebrindal continued to speak, describing the light-woven fabrics of old that had been treasured even in the Blessed Realm, Primrose began to understand that she'd stumbled upon something far older and more significant than she had ever realized. Celebrindal stayed with Primrose for many days, and during that time the two unlikely companions shared knowledge and stories that enriched them both. The elf described the great tapestries of old, woven by masters whose names were still remembered in song, fabrics that had captured not merely moonlight, but the radiance of the two trees themselves before their destruction. She spoke of cloaks that had hidden their wearers from all unfriendly eyes, of banners that had shone with undimmed brilliance through the darkest battles, of garments that had healed wounds and soothed sorrows merely through their touch. And Primrose listened with wonder, realizing that her own small creations were but pale echoes of glories that had once illuminated the world. But Celebrindal was quick to correct this impression. "Do not diminish what you have accomplished," she said, her ancient eyes warm with genuine admiration. "The masters of old worked with light that was purer and stronger than what now remains in Middle-earth. It is true. The world has grown dimmer since those days, and many sources of radiance have faded or departed. But you have learned to work with what remains, to draw beauty from a diminished world, and that is no small achievement. Indeed, I would say it requires greater skill than our ancestors possessed, for you must do more with less." Primrose showed Celebrindal her workroom, the small tidy space where she kept her spinning wheel, and her needles and her carefully stored supplies of moonlight thread. The elf examined everything with keen interest, asking questions about techniques and materials that Primrose did her best to answer, and when they visited the hidden glen together on a night when the moon was full and bright, Celebrindal watched in silence as Primrose spun, her expression unreadable but her attention absolute. "You have a true gift," the elf said when the spinning was done and the new thread gleamed upon the spindle. "Not merely skill, though your skill is considerable, but something deeper. You understand the nature of what you work with in a way that cannot be taught, only discovered. Mother Silverthimble chose her student well." At the mention of her teacher's name, Primrose felt a sudden pang of longing. She had not seen Mother Silverthimble for several months, not since the old woman had announced that she would be travelling to distant lands for a time, and that Primrose must continue her work alone. She had accepted this absence as part of her ongoing training, trusting that her teacher would return when the time was right. But now, speaking with Celebrindal and learning how much she still did not know, she wished desperately for Mother Silverthimble's guidance. Celebrindal seemed to sense her thoughts. "Your teacher is known to my people," she said gently. "We call her by a different name, and we have not seen her for many centuries, but the stories speak of her still. She was ancient when my grandmother's grandmother was young, and even then she wandered the world seeking those with the gift, teaching them what she could before moving on. It is said that she carries a great sorrow in her heart, a loss so profound that she cannot rest, and so she fills her endless years with the passing on of knowledge that might otherwise be lost. Primrose absorbed this information with a mixture of wonder and sadness. She'd always known that Mother Silverthimble was no ordinary hobbit, but she'd never imagined that her teacher might be a figure out of ancient legend, known even to the elder kindred. It made her feel small and insignificant, a brief flicker of life in the presence of beings who had witnessed ages of the world. And yet it also filled her with a sense of purpose, a determination to prove herself worthy of the teaching she had received. When Celebrindle finally departed, promising to carry word of Primrose's work back to her people and to return someday if the roads remained open, she left behind a gift that Primrose treasured for the rest of her days. It was a small crystal phial no larger than her thumb that contained a single drop of water from a fountain that had flowed in the gardens of an elven kingdom long since fallen into ruin. This water, Celebrindle explained, held within it a memory of the light of the elder days, a trace of radiance from before the world was broken. If ever Primrose found her work growing dim, if ever the moonlight seemed too faint to capture, she need only hold the phial close to her heart and remember that the light she served was part of something eternal, something that could never truly be extinguished no matter how dark the world became. Years continued to pass, as years do, and Primrose grew from a young woman into a mature one, and from a mature woman into an elderly one, her copper curls fading to silver, her nimble fingers growing stiff with age. But she never stopped spinning, never stopped stitching, never stopped sharing the gift that had been entrusted to her. She trained apprentices when she found young hobbits with the potential to learn, though few possessed the combination of skill and heart that the Moonweaver's art required. Most could learn to spin ordinary thread of exceptional quality, and some could even produce a faint glimmer of moonlight in their work, but true mastery remained rare. Of all her students, only one ever approached Primrose's own level of ability. Her name was Daisy Goodbody, a shy, quiet lass from the village of Tyfield, in the far reaches of the West Farthing. Daisy had appeared at Primrose's door one spring morning with no introduction and no explanation, simply stating that she had dreamed of the hidden glen and the spinning wheel, and that her dreams had told her to seek out the one who could teach her their meaning. Primrose, recognizing in Daisy the same calling that had led her own feet to Mother Silverthimble's glen so many years before, accepted the girl as her apprentice without hesitation. Daisy learned quickly, her natural talent blossoming under Primrose's patient instruction. She had a particular affinity for the aspect of moonlight that carried comfort, and her creation specialized in soothing troubled hearts and easing the burdens of grief. Hobbits who had lost loved ones sought out Daisy's work, finding in her stitched designs a peace that helped them remember the departed with joy rather than sorrow. And as Primrose grew older and found the work increasingly taxing on her strength, she took comfort in knowing that her gift would continue through her student. It was on a night in late autumn, when the harvest moon hung enormous and orange on the horizon, that Primrose made her final journey to the hidden glen. Her steps were slow and careful, her body aching with the accumulated weariness of decades, but her heart was light as she climbed the familiar path. Daisy walked beside her, supporting her when she stumbled, and when they reached the clearing they found a sight that brought tears to both their eyes. Mother Silverthimble sat at her spinning wheel, exactly as she had on that long-ago night when Primrose had first discovered her. She looked no older than she had then, her weathered face unchanged by the passage of years, her grey eyes still deep with ancient wisdom. And gathered around her in a circle were figures that glowed faintly in the moonlight, forms that were not quite solid but not quite transparent either, watching the wheel turn with expressions of peaceful anticipation. Primrose knew without being told that these were the spirits of all those who had practiced the Moonweaver's art before her, masters and students stretching back through ages beyond counting. They had gathered to welcome her, to celebrate her life's work, and to bear witness as she took her place among them. She felt no fear at this realization, only a profound sense of gratitude and completion. Mother Silverthimble looked up from her wheel and smiled, that same warm, knowing smile that had welcomed Primrose into the glen for the first time. "You have done well, child," she said. and her voice seemed to come from everywhere at once, filling the clearing with gentle sound. You have shared the light as it was meant to be shared, and you have passed on what you learned to one who will continue the work. There is no greater success than this. Primrose sank down onto the spinning stone, feeling its familiar warmth soak into her tired bones. She reached out and touched the wheel one last time, feeling the connection to all those who had touched it before her. And as the moon climbed higher in the sky, pouring its silver radiance down upon the glen, she began to spin. The thread that emerged from Primrose's final spinning was unlike anything she had ever produced before. It glowed not merely with moonlight, but with something richer and more complex, a radiance that seemed to contain within it all the years of her life, all the love she had poured into her work, all the joy she had brought to others through her gift. It was her legacy made visible, her soul given form, and as it wound onto the spindle, the gathered spirits around her began to sing a song so beautiful that even the stars seemed to pause in their courses to listen. Daisy watched with tears streaming down her cheeks, understanding that she was witnessing the end of one chapter and the beginning of another. When the spinning was done and the last of the luminous thread had been gathered, Primrose turned to her student with eyes that already seemed to be seeing beyond the borders of the mortal world. "Take this thread," she said, pressing the spindle into Daisy's trembling hands. "Use it to create something that will endure, something that will carry the light forward into ages yet to come. This is my gift to you and to all who follow after." And then, as gently as a candle flame guttering in a peaceful breeze, Primrose Burrows passed from the circles of the world. Her body remained seated on the spinning stone, but her spirit rose and joined the glowing figures that surrounded Mother Silverthimble, taking her place among the moonweavers of old. Daisy wept and laughed at the same time, mourning her teacher's departure even as she rejoiced in the beauty of her passing. And when the dawn finally came and the spirits faded with the retreating moonlight, Daisy made her way home alone, carrying with her the precious thread that was all that remained of her beloved mentor. It took Daisy many years to decide what to create with Primrose's final gift. She considered and rejected dozens of ideas, feeling that none of them were worthy of such precious material. But at last, on the centennial anniversary of the night when Primrose had first discovered the hidden glen, inspiration came to her in a dream. She would create a tapestry, not a large one but a perfect one, depicting the glen itself with Mother Silverthimble at her wheel and all the moonweavers gathered around her. It would hang in the great hall of Michel Delving, where hobbits from all four farthings gathered for important occasions, and it would remind all who saw it that there was light in the world worth preserving and sharing. Daisy worked on the tapestry for 7 years, stitching only on nights when the moon was full and bright, pouring into the work everything she had learned and everything she felt. When it was finally finished and hung in its place of honour, hobbits who beheld it reported feeling a warmth in their hearts that lingered long after they had looked away. Some claimed they could hear faint music when they stood near it, a distant song that spoke of hope and beauty and the enduring power of gifts freely given. And for many generations afterward, the tapestry remained a treasure of the Shire, a reminder of the remarkable hobbit who had learned to weave the moonlight. But now, dear listener, let us leave the tale of Primrose Burrows and journey to another corner of the Shire, where a different sort of story awaits us. This one comes from the East Farthing, from the lands near the Brandywine River, where the hobbits have always been a bit more adventurous than their western cousins. It is called The Tale of the Ferryman's Debt, and it concerns a hobbit named Otho Hayward, who learned that some bargains carry consequences far beyond what we might expect. Otho Hayward was a prosperous hobbit by the standards of his community, owner of a fine ferry that carried folk and goods across the Brandywine at a spot where the river ran deep and swift. His father had built the ferry, and his father's father before him, and the Haywards had been ferrymen for as long as anyone could remember. It was honest work and profitable enough, for there was always someone who needed to cross the river and was willing to pay for safe passage. Otho took pride in his ferry, keeping it in excellent repair, and he prided himself equally on never having lost a passenger to the treacherous currents that swirled beneath the water's surface. But Otho had a flaw that is common enough among those who achieve success through their own efforts. He was proud, perhaps too proud, and he had a habit of looking down upon those he considered less fortunate or less clever than himself. When poor hobbits came to his ferry unable to pay the full fare, Otho would sometimes turn them away rather than accept a reduced payment or allow them to cross for free. He told himself that this was simply good business, that he could not afford to give away his services to every unfortunate who came along, but in truth there was a hardness in his heart that had grown over the years like a callus over a wound. It was on a night in early spring, when the river ran high and cold with snowmelt from the distant mountains, that Otho's pride would be tested in a way he could never have anticipated. He had retired to his comfortable home on the eastern bank, having finished his last crossing of the day, and he was sitting by the fire with a mug of warm cider when a knock came at his door. The knock was soft, almost hesitant, and Otho grumbled as he rose to answer it, annoyed at being disturbed during his evening leisure. Standing on his doorstep was the strangest figure Otho had ever seen. It appeared to be an old man, bent and weathered with age, wrapped in a cloak so ragged and patched that it was difficult to tell what colour it might originally have been. His face was hidden in the shadow of a deep hood, and his hands, which clutched the cloak tight against the chill wind, were thin and gnarled as tree roots. But what struck Otho most forcefully was the smell that emanated from the stranger, a scent of river water and decay that made his nose wrinkle over with distaste. "Good evening," the stranger said, and his voice was like the creaking of old timbers, dry and ancient and somehow sad. "I seek passage across the river, if you would be so kind. I have travelled far, and my destination lies on the western bank." Otho folded his arms across his chest, making no move to invite the stranger inside. "The ferry is closed for the night," he said curtly. "Come back in the morning and I will take you across. The fare is 2 silver pennies payable in advance." The stranger shook his hooded head slowly. "I cannot wait until morning," he replied. "My business is urgent and will not brook delay. I beg you, good ferryman, make an exception this once. I will pay whatever you ask." Something in the stranger's tone made Otho hesitate. There was a weight to the words, a gravity that seemed disproportionate to a simple request for passage across a river, but his pride would not allow him to be seen as someone who could be swayed by mysterious strangers appearing on his doorstep in the night. "If your business is so urgent," he said, "perhaps you should have started earlier in the day. I'm not in the habit of making special crossings after dark. The river is dangerous at night, and I value my life and my ferry too highly to risk them for the sake of a stranger's convenience." The hooded figure was silent for a long moment, and Otho had the uncomfortable feeling that eyes he could not see were examining him with an intensity that penetrated to the very core of his being. Finally, the stranger spoke again, and this time there was something different in his voice, something that made Otho's skin prickle with sudden unease. "Very well, ferryman," the stranger said. "I will not compel you to act against your will, but know this. A day will come when you will need to cross a river of your own, a river that cannot be crossed by ordinary means. On that day, you will remember this night and the choice you made." Before Otho could respond, before he could even draw breath to speak, the stranger turned and walked away into the darkness. His footsteps made no sound on the path, and within moments he'd vanished so completely that Otho found himself wondering whether the encounter had been real or merely a waking dream brought on by too much cider and the lateness of the hour. He stood in his doorway for a long time, staring out into the night, until the cold finally drove him back inside. But sleep did not come easily that night, and when it did, it was troubled by dreams of dark water and voices calling from the mist. The years that followed were prosperous ones for Otho Hayward. His ferry business thrived, and he accumulated wealth that would have made his father and grandfather proud. He took a wife, a sensible hobbit woman named Peony, who managed his household with quiet efficiency. They had children, 2 sons and a daughter, who grew up strong and healthy on the banks of the Brandywine. To all outward appearances, Otho's life was blessed, a model of hobbit success and contentment. But there was always a shadow in the back of his mind, a memory of a hooded figure and a warning spoken in a voice like creaking timbers. As Otho aged, he found himself thinking more and more often about that strange night. He tried to convince himself that it had meant nothing, that the stranger had simply been a wandering beggar with a talent for dramatic pronouncements. But in the quiet hours of the night, when sleep eluded him and he lay listening to the distant sound of the river, he could not shake the feeling that a debt had been incurred, a balance that would someday need to be settled. And so, almost without realizing he was doing it, Otho began to change. He started by offering reduced fares to those who could not afford the full price of passage. At first this was done grudgingly, with much sighing and head shaking, but over time it became easier, even natural. He stopped turning away the poor and the desperate, finding room on his ferry for all who needed to cross regardless of their ability to pay. His wife noticed the change and approved of it, telling him that generosity suited him better than the hard-edged pride he had worn for so many years. His children, who had grown up seeing their father as stern and uncompromising, began to discover a warmth in him that they had never known before. But it was not until the night of the Great Flood that Otho truly understood the nature of the debt he owed and the opportunity he had been given to repay it. The rains had come suddenly that autumn, falling for days without cease until the Brandywine swelled beyond its banks and threatened to sweep away everything in its path. Hobbits who lived in the low-lying areas near the river were forced to flee their homes, scrambling for higher ground as the waters rose around them. And Otho, despite the danger to himself and his ferry, worked through the night carrying refugees to safety on the eastern bank. Trip after trip he made, fighting against currents that threatened to tear the ferry from his control, rescuing families with children and elderly folk who could not have survived the flood on their own. His arms ached and his eyes burned with exhaustion, but he did not stop, could not stop, as long as there were still hobbits in need of rescue. And when the dawn finally came and the rains began to ease, Otho found himself standing on the riverbank, surrounded by the grateful folk he'd saved, feeling a peace in his heart that he had never known before. It was then, as the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds and painted the swollen river with gold, that Otho saw the stranger again. He stood on the far bank, his ragged cloak somehow untouched by the flood waters that swirled around his feet, and though his face was still hidden in shadow, Otho knew beyond any doubt that it was the same figure who had come to his door all those years ago. The stranger raised one gnarled hand in a gesture that might have been a salute or a blessing, and then he turned and walked away, vanishing into the mist that rose from the retreating waters. Otho Hayward lived for many more years after that night, and he never saw the stranger again. But he never forgot the lesson he had learned, and he taught it to his children and his grandchildren after them. The Haywards became known throughout the Shire as the most generous of ferrymen, never turning away anyone who needed to cross the river, always ready to help those in distress. And it is said that when Otho finally passed from the world at the remarkable age of 111, he went peacefully in his sleep, a smile upon his face, as if he'd just been welcomed home after a long journey. But now, dear listener, let us turn our attention to yet another tale from the rich treasury of Hobbit folklore. This one comes from the South Farthing, where the pipeweed grows tall and fragrant, and the hobbits have always had a particular fondness for comfort and good living. It is called the Tale of the Singing Stone, and it begins with a young hobbit named Hamfast Greenhill who discovered that even the most ordinary objects can hold extraordinary secrets. Hamfast was a gardener by trade, following in the footsteps of his father and his father's father before him. The Greenhills had tended the gardens of the great smiles and prosperous hobbit holes of the South Farthing for generations, and their skill with growing things was legendary throughout the region. Flowers bloomed brighter under their care, vegetables grew larger and more flavourful, and even the most stubborn patches of weeds seemed to surrender peacefully to their patient ministrations. Hamfast himself was considered the most gifted of his line, possessed of what the old folk called the green touch, an almost supernatural ability to coax life and beauty from the most unpromising soil. But for all his talent with living things, Hamfast had always been fascinated by stones. As a child he had collected them, filling his pockets with interesting specimens gathered from fields and streams, until his mother despaired of ever getting the dirt out of his clothes. He loved the weight of stones in his hands, the coolness of their surfaces, the infinite variety of colours and textures they displayed. When he worked in gardens, he paid as much attention to the stones he uncovered as to the plants he tended, arranging them carefully around beds and borders, using them to create paths and walls that complemented the flowers and herbs they enclosed. It was during the spring of his 30th year that Hamfast made the discovery that would change his life. He was working in the garden of a wealthy hobbit family, whose smile overlooked the Greenhill country, preparing a new bed for the roses they wished to plant. His spade struck something hard beneath the surface, and at first he assumed it was simply another of the countless rocks that populated the South Farthing soil. But as he cleared the earth away, he realised that this was no ordinary stone. It was roughly the size of a hobbit's fist, worn smooth by what must have been ages of water or wind, and its colour was unlike anything Hamfast had ever seen. It seemed to shift as he looked at it, now grey, now green, now a deep blue that reminded him of the sky at twilight. And when he picked it up, he felt a vibration running through it, a subtle hum that was more sensation than sound, as if the stone itself was alive and breathing in his hand. Hamfast looked around quickly, half expecting to see someone watching him, but the garden was empty. He slipped the stone into his pocket, intending to examine it more closely when he returned home and went back to his work. But he found it difficult to concentrate, his mind returning again and again to the strange object hidden against his leg. What was it? Where had it come from? And why did it seem to pulse with a life of its own? That evening, after his work was done and he had returned to his modest hobbit hole, Hamfast took out the stone and examined it by candlelight. The shifting colours were even more pronounced in the flickering illumination, and the vibration he had felt earlier had grown stronger, more insistent. He held the stone close to his ear, straining to hear if it was making any actual sound, and to his amazement he discovered that it was. A faint music emanated from within, a melody so soft and distant that he could barely perceive it, like a song heard across a great expanse of water. Hamfast spent many hours over the following days studying the remarkable stone, trying to understand its nature and origin. He discovered that the music it produced was not constant, but varied according to circumstances he could not at first identify. Sometimes the melody was bright and lively, like a dance tune played at a village celebration. Other times it was slow and melancholy, filled with a longing that made his heart ache, even though he could not say what was being longed for. And occasionally, in the deep watches of the night when the world was still and silent, the stone sang with a beauty so profound that Hamfast found tears streaming down his cheeks without knowing why. He also noticed that the stone seemed to respond to his own moods and emotions. When he was happy, the music grew brighter and more cheerful. When he was sad or troubled, it took on a soothing quality, as if trying to comfort him. And when he worked in his beloved gardens, the stone hummed with a contented sound that reminded him of bees buzzing among summer flowers. It was as if the stone had formed a connection with him, attuning itself to his inner life in ways he could not explain. Hamfast told no one about his discovery at first, keeping the stone hidden away in a small box beside his bed. He was not certain why he felt the need for secrecy, only that something deep within him insisted that this was a matter requiring discretion and care. But as the weeks passed and his fascination with the stone only deepened, he found himself wishing for guidance, for someone who might help him understand what he had found and what it meant. It was his grandmother, old Belladonna Greenhill, who finally provided the wisdom he sought. Belladonna was the eldest of the Greenhills, a tiny wizened hobbit woman who had seen more than a century of seasons come and go. Her memory stretched back to times that seemed almost legendary to younger folk, and she was renowned throughout the South Farthing for her knowledge of old stories and forgotten lore. Hamfast had always been close to his grandmother, and when he finally brought himself a tay to show her the singing stone, she examined it with eyes that grew wider with each passing moment. "Well, well, well," she murmured, turning the stone over in her wrinkled hands. "I never thought to see one of these in my lifetime. My own grandmother told me stories about them when I was just a little lass, but I always thought they were nothing but fairy tales. It seems the world still holds more wonders than we know." "What is it, grandmother?" Hamfast asked eagerly. "Where did it come from?" Belladonna settled back in her chair, the stone still cradled in her palms, and her eyes took on the distant look that Hamfast recognised as the prelude to one of her stories. "Long ago," she began, "before the Shire was settled by our people, this land was home to others who have long since passed beyond the circles of the world. They were not hobbits and not elves and not men, but something older and stranger, beings who were born from the very bones of the earth itself. The old tales call them the Stone Singers, for they could speak with rocks and mountains, could hear the slow, deep thoughts of the land beneath our feet." She paused, her fingers tracing the smooth surface of the stone. "The Stone Singers are gone now. vanished into the mists of time along with so many other wonders. But they left behind tokens of their passing, stones like this one that hold within them echoes of the songs they once sang. These singing stones are rare beyond measure and precious beyond price, for they carry within them memories of how the world was in the days of its first making. Hamfast listened with rapt attention, his heart swelling with a mixture of awe and excitement. But what am I supposed to do with it, grandmother? Why did it come to me? Belladonna smiled, that knowing smile that seemed to contain all the wisdom of her long years. That is something you will have to discover for yourself, my dear. The singing stones choose their keepers, or so the old tales say. They find their way to those who need them, who have something to learn from the music they carry. Listen to it, Hamfast. Listen closely, and in time its song will teach you what you need to know. And so, Hamfast began a new phase of his life, one in which he was not merely a gardener but a student of mysteries far older than the Shire itself. Each night before sleep he would take out the singing stone and hold it close, letting its music wash over him like water from a gentle spring. And gradually, as his grandmother had promised, he began to perceive meaning in the melodies, lessons that went beyond what words could express. The stone taught him to listen to the earth beneath his feet, to hear the slow, patient thoughts of the soil and the rocks and the deep roots of ancient trees. He learned that the ground was not dead matter to be dug and shaped at will, but a living thing with its own memories and its own desires. When he gardened now, he worked in harmony with this understanding, asking permission before he dug, expressing gratitude for the gifts the earth provided. And his gardens flourished as never before, producing blooms of such beauty and vegetables of such size that folk came from distant villages just to see them. But the stone's teachings extended beyond the practical arts of gardening. It showed Hamfast visions of the world as it had been in ages past, landscapes that existed now only in the memories of the stones themselves. He saw mountains that had worn down to gentle hills, rivers that had changed their courses a dozen times across the millennia, forests that had risen and fallen and risen again in the endless cycles of growth and decay. And through it all, he perceived a pattern, a grand design that connected all things in a web of relationship and meaning. The most profound lesson came to Hamfast on a night when the moon was dark and the stars blazed with unusual brilliance. He had taken the singing stone out to his garden, feeling an urge to listen to its music surrounded by the growing things he loved. As he sat among the flowers and herbs, their fragrance rising around him like incense, the stone began to sing with a clarity and power it had never displayed before. And in that song, Hamfast heard something that changed his understanding of everything. He heard the earth itself singing, not just the small patch of ground beneath him, but the whole vast body of the world, from the peaks of the highest mountains to the depths of the deepest seas. It was a song of such complexity and beauty that his hobbit mind could scarcely comprehend it, a harmony composed of countless individual voices all blending together into a single magnificent chorus. And he understood, in a flash of insight that left him trembling, that he was part of this song, that his own life and work added its small but essential note to the great music that had been playing since the world began. When dawn came and the vision faded, Hamfast found himself weeping with a joy he could not name. He understood now why the stone had come to him, what lesson it had been sent to teach. He was not merely a gardener, tending his little plot of earth for the sake of beauty or profit. He was a participant in something vast and ancient and ongoing, a servant of the great song that held all creation together. Every seed he planted, every flower he nurtured, every vegetable he coaxed from the generous soil was his contribution to that song, his way of adding to the harmony that sustained the world. From that night forward, Hamfast approached his work with a reverence that bordered on the sacred. He taught his children and apprentices not just the practical skills of gardening, but the deeper understanding that the singing stone had revealed to him. And though the stone itself eventually fell silent, its music fading like a candle burning down to its end, the wisdom it had imparted lived on in the hearts and hands of all who learned from Hamfast Greenhill. It is said that the green hills of the South Farthing still carry something of that wisdom today, passed down through generations like a precious heirloom. Their gardens remain the finest in the Shire, and those who walk among their flowers report feeling a peace and a rightness that they cannot quite explain. And on quiet nights, when the wind is still and the stars shine bright, some folk claim they can hear a faint music rising from the earth itself, an echo of the great song that Hamfast Greenhill was privileged to hear so many years ago. But now, dear listener, as the night deepens and the stars wheel slowly overhead in their eternal dance, let us journey once more to a different corner of the Shire, to a time and place where another remarkable tale unfolded. This story comes from the West Farthing, from the gentle lands around Hobbiton itself, and it concerns a mystery that puzzled the good folk of that region for many a long year. It is called the Tale of the Midnight Baker, and it begins with a smell, the most wonderful smell of fresh-baked bread wafting through the night air, when no oven should have been lit and no baker should have been at work. The first to notice it was old Daddy Two-Foot, who lived in a modest hole on the outskirts of Hobbiton and who suffered from a restlessness that often kept him wandering in the small hours of the morning. He was taking one of his customary midnight walks, hoping to tire himself enough for sleep, when the aroma reached his nostrils, rich and yeasty and warm, the unmistakable fragrance of bread fresh from the oven. Daddy Two-Foot followed his nose down the lane, expecting to find some industrious housewife who had risen early to begin her baking. But no matter how far he walked, the source of the smell remained elusive, always seeming to come from just around the next corner, just over the next hill. Eventually, exhausted and thoroughly confused, Daddy Two-Foot gave up the search and returned home. He mentioned the incident to his wife the next morning, but she dismissed it as a dream, a fancy conjured by a mind too tired for sense. And Daddy Two-Foot himself might have forgotten the whole affair, had it not happened again the following week, and the week after that, and the week after that. Always on the same night, always at the same hour, the smell of fresh bread would drift through Hobbiton, tantalising and mysterious and utterly inexplicable. Word spread, as word always does in small communities, and soon half the village was staying up late on the appointed night, hoping to track down the source of the phantom bakery. Groups of curious hobbits would gather at crossroads and along lanes, sniffing the air like hounds on a scent, following the aroma this way and that, but the smell seemed to lead them in circles, never arriving at any particular destination, fading just when they thought they had finally pinpointed its origin. Some began to whisper of ghosts and hauntings, of spirits who continued their earthly labours even after passing beyond the circles of the world. Others suggested more practical explanations, perhaps a secret baker who worked under cover of darkness for reasons of their own. Among those most determined to solve the mystery was a young hobbit lass named Petunia Bolger, whose family had operated the village bakery for 5 generations. Petunia took the phantom bread smell as something of a personal affront, an intrusion upon her family's long-established territory. She was also possessed of an inquiring mind and a stubborn streak that refused to accept mysteries without explanations. If someone was baking bread in Hobbiton at midnight, Petunia intended to find out who it was and why they were doing it. Her investigation began with methodical thoroughness. She mapped the locations where the smell had been reported strongest, interviewed everyone who had experienced it, and compiled a detailed record of dates and times and weather conditions. She examined the pattern of reports, looking for some logic or purpose that might reveal the baker's identity. And slowly, through patient analysis, a picture began to emerge. The smell always appeared on nights when the moon was in its first quarter. It was strongest near the old mill on the edge of the village, a structure that had stood abandoned for decades since the building of a newer and more efficient mill on the Bywater Road, and it invariably faded before dawn, leaving no trace behind except in the memories of those who had experienced it. Armed with this information, Petunia decided to stake out the old mill on the next first quarter moon. She told no one of her plans, preferring to work alone rather than deal with the distractions that companions would inevitably bring. On the appointed night, she positioned herself in a thicket of brambles near the mill's entrance, wrapped in a dark cloak and prepared to wait as long as necessary for the mystery to reveal itself. The hours passed slowly, and Petunia found herself fighting against the drowsiness that crept over her as the night deepened. But just when she was beginning to think that her vigil would prove fruitless, she noticed a faint glow emanating from the mill's dusty windows. It was not the harsh light of a lantern, or the warm flicker of a fire, but something softer and more diffuse, a gentle luminescence that seemed to pulse with a rhythm all its own. And with the light came the smell, rich and inviting, filling the air with the promise of sustenance and comfort. Petunia crept closer, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. The mill door, which had been firmly shut when she arrived, now stood slightly ajar, and through the gap she could see movement within, figures going about their work with an ease that spoke of long practice. She pressed her eye to the opening and beheld a sight that would stay with her for the rest of her days. The interior of the mill had been transformed. Where there should have been dust and cobwebs and the decayed remnants of long-abandoned machinery, there was instead a bakery of surpassing cleanliness and order. Gleaming ovens lined the walls, their doors opening and closing of their own accord to receive and release loaves of bread more perfect than any Petunia had ever seen. Bags of flour stood stacked in neat pyramids, and mixing bowls and kneading boards covered every available surface. And working among all this, moving with purpose and precision, were figures that Petunia's mind struggled to comprehend. They were small, smaller even than hobbits, and they glowed with the same soft light that filled the mill. Their features were indistinct, blurred as if seen through water, but there was something undeniably cheerful about them, a sense of joy in their labour that radiated outward like warmth from a hearth. They kneaded and shaped and baked with movements so practiced that they seemed almost mechanical, yet there was nothing cold or lifeless about their work. They were bakers in the purest sense, creatures whose entire existence was devoted to the creation of bread. Petunia watched for what might have been minutes or hours, transfixed by the scene before her. She saw loaves emerge from the ovens in endless succession, each one more beautiful than the last, their crusts golden and their interiors surely soft and fragrant. But she noticed something strange about what happened next. The finished loaves did not accumulate on the cooling racks as they should have. Instead, they seemed to fade away as she watched, dissolving into the air like morning mist touched by sunlight. And as they faded, the smell of fresh bread intensified, spreading outward through the walls of the mill and into the night beyond. Suddenly, one of the glowing figures turned and looked directly at the door where Petunia crouched. Its face, such as it was, showed no alarm or anger, only a gentle welcome that made Petunia's fear evaporate like dew in sunshine. The figure beckoned to her with one luminous hand, inviting her to enter and join them in their work. Petunia hesitated for only a moment before pushing open the door and stepping inside. The warmth of the ovens enveloped her immediately, and the smell of bread was so intense and so wonderful that she felt tears prick at the corners of her eyes. The glowing figures gathered around her, not threatening but curious, as if welcoming a visitor they had long expected. One of them, slightly taller than the others and radiating a sense of gentle authority, approached her and spoke. Its voice was like the crackling of a fire, warm and comforting, and the words it used were not quite words as Petunia understood them, but rather impressions and images that formed directly in her mind. It told her of who they were and why they worked through the long nights of the first quarter moon. They were the spirits of bread itself, the essence of nourishment that had sustained hobbits and all the other peoples of Middle-earth since the first grain was planted and the first flour was ground. They baked because baking was their nature, because the creation of bread was the purest expression of their being. But why here? Petunia asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Why this old mill, abandoned and forgotten? And why can no one ever find you, no matter how hard they search? The spirit's response came as a series of impressions that Petunia had to piece together, like fragments of a dream remembered upon waking. Long ago, it explained, when this mill was new and busy with the work of grinding grain, a baker had worked here whose love for his craft surpassed anything the spirits had ever witnessed. His name was Bungo Brace Girdle, and he had baked bread not for profit or recognition, but purely for the joy it brought to those who ate it. Every loaf that emerged from his oven was made with such care and devotion that the bread spirits themselves had taken notice. They had blessed his work, infusing it with an extra measure of nourishment that went beyond mere physical sustenance. Those who ate Bungo's bread found themselves strengthened not just in body but in spirit. Their hearts lightened and their troubles eased. When Bungo finally passed from the world, full of years and surrounded by the love of all who had known him, the spirits had been reluctant to let his legacy fade. And so they had made this old mill their home, returning on nights when the conditions were right to continue the work that Bungo had begun. The bread they baked could not be eaten by mortal folk, for it existed in a realm between the physical and the spiritual. But its essence could be shared, its comfort spread upon the night air like a blessing poured out upon the sleeping village. Every hobbit who smelled that phantom bread, whether they knew it or not, received a small gift of the peace and contentment that had characterized Bungo's life and work. Petunia listened with a heart full of wonder, understanding now why the mystery had resisted all attempts at solution. The Midnight Bakers were not hiding from discovery. They simply existed in a way that ordinary searching could not penetrate. She had found them not through cleverness or determination, but because she was ready to see them, because something in her own love for baking had created a resonance with their purpose. The tall spirit gestured toward an empty kneading board, inviting her to join them in their work. Petunia hesitated, uncertain whether she was worthy of such an honour, but the warmth in the spirit's manner reassured her. She stepped up to the board and found a mound of dough already waiting, soft and pliable and somehow glowing with the same gentle light that suffused everything in the mill. She began to knead, her hands moving in patterns learned from years of practice in her family's bakery, and as she worked she felt a connection forming between herself and the spirits around her. They worked together through the remaining hours of the night, Petunia and the luminous bakers, creating loaves that faded into blessing even as they emerged from the ovens. And as she worked, Petunia felt something changing within herself, a deepening of her understanding of what it meant to nourish others through her craft. She had always known that baking was important work, but she had thought of it primarily in practical terms, the provision of food that bodies needed to survive. Now she perceived a deeper truth, that the act of creating bread was itself a form of love made tangible, a gift that sustained not just the body but the soul. When the first light of dawn began to seep through the mill's dusty windows, the spirits began to fade. Their forms grew less distinct, their glow dimming like candles in the morning light. The tall spirit approached Petunia one last time and pressed something into her hand, a small lump of dough that did not fade as the spirits themselves were fading. "Keep this," the spirit's voice whispered in her mind. "Add it to your own starter, and something of our blessing will pass into all the bread you bake. Remember what you have learned tonight, and share it with those who come after you." And then they were gone, and Petunia stood alone in an empty mill, dusty and cobwebbed and showing no sign that anything remarkable had ever occurred within its walls. But the lump of dough in her hand was real, warm and living, and as she made her way home through the brightening morning, she knew that her life would never be quite the same. True to the spirit's word, the blessed dough transformed Petunia's baking. The bread that emerged from her ovens took on a quality that customers noticed immediately, a depth of flavour and a nourishing satisfaction that went beyond anything they had tasted before. Folk began to travel from distant villages to buy Bolger bread, and Petunia's family bakery prospered as never before. But more important than the success was the understanding that Petunia brought to her work, the knowledge that she was participating in something ancient and sacred, continuing a tradition that stretched back to the first baker who had ever combined flour and water and yeast to create the staff of life. She told no one the full truth of what she had witnessed in the old mill, sensing that some secrets were meant to be kept. But she taught her children and apprentices to approach their craft with reverence, to see each loaf they created as an opportunity to share love and comfort with those who would eat it. And the mysterious smell of midnight bread continued to drift through Hobbiton on first-quarter moons, though now when Petunia smelled it, she smiled with the knowledge of its true source. But come now, dear listener, for the night grows late and our collection of tales draws toward its close. Let us share one final story before the dawn arrives, a brief tale that speaks to the very heart of what it means to be a hobbit in this gentle land we call the Shire. It is called simply The Tale of the Returning Path, and it is perhaps the most beloved of all the stories that hobbit mothers whisper to their children as sleep draws near. Once, in a time so long ago that even the oldest trees in the old forest were just saplings reaching toward the sky, there lived a young hobbit named Fastolf Took, who was possessed by a restlessness unusual for his kind. While his brothers and sisters were content to stay close to home, to tend their gardens and smoke their pipes and enjoy the simple pleasures of hobbit life, Fastolf dreamed of distant lands and great adventures. He would spend hours staring at the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar hills, and at night his sleep was filled with visions of mountains and rivers and forests that no hobbit had ever seen. When Fastolf came of age, he announced to his family that he intended to set forth on a great journey, to walk until he reached the very edge of the world and discover what wonders awaited there. His parents wept and pleaded with him to stay. His siblings called him foolish and reckless, but Fastolf's mind was made up. He packed a small bag with provisions, said his farewells, and set forth upon the road that led away from everything he had ever known. For many years Fastolf wandered, and the adventures he had would fill a book of their own. He crossed mountains so high that the clouds wrapped around them like blankets. He forded rivers so wide that he could not see from one bank to the other. He passed through forests where the trees whispered secrets in languages he did not understand, and he walked across plains where the grass stretched unbroken to every horizon. He met folk of many kinds along the way, some friendly and some hostile, some wise and some foolish, and from each encounter he learned something that added to his understanding of the world. But as the years accumulated and Fastolf's hair began to show streaks of grey, he found that his restlessness was slowly fading. The distant horizons that had once called to him with such insistence now seemed less urgent, less compelling. He thought more and more often of the home he had left behind, of the gentle hills and green meadows of the Shire, of the faces of family and friends he had not seen for decades. And one morning, as he woke beside a campfire in a land so distant that the very stars were unfamiliar, he realized that his great journey was finally complete. The journey home took Fastolf many months, for the paths he had travelled in his youth had changed in his absence, and roads that once lay straight and clear had become overgrown or vanished entirely. But he pressed on with a determination born of longing, his feet carrying him ever westward toward the land of his birth. And as he walked, he noticed something remarkable happening within him. The weariness that had accumulated over years of wandering began to lift, replaced by an energy that seemed to flow up from the very ground beneath his feet. The closer he came to the Shire, the stronger he felt, as if the land itself was welcoming him back and restoring what his long absence had depleted. When at last Fastolf crested the final hill and looked down upon the familiar landscape of his childhood, he wept tears of joy that he did not try to hide. Everything was exactly as he remembered it, and yet somehow more beautiful, more precious, more profoundly right than he had ever appreciated when he lived among it every day. The green hills rolled gently toward the horizon, dotted with the round doors of hobbit holes. Smoke rose from chimneys in lazy spirals. The sound of laughter and song drifted up from the valley below, and the air was filled with the scent of flowers and fresh-baked bread and pipeweed curing in the sun. Fastolf made his way down into Hobbiton, and everywhere he went he was greeted with astonishment and delight. His parents had long since passed beyond the circles of the world, but his siblings remained, grey-haired now but still recognisable, and they embraced him with a warmth that washed away the years of separation as if they had never been. Nieces and nephews he'd never met gathered around to hear the tales of his adventures, their eyes wide with wonder at the things he had seen and done. And as the days passed, and Fastolf settled back into the rhythms of hobbit life, he found a contentment that exceeded anything he had experienced in all his years of wandering. One evening, as Fastolf sat on the bench outside his brother's hobbit hole, watching the sun set in a blaze of gold and crimson, a young hobbit lad approached him with a question in his eyes. The lad was perhaps 12 years old, possessed of the same restless energy that Fastolf remembered from his own youth, and he looked at his great-uncle with a mixture of admiration and curiosity. "Uncle Fastolf," the lad asked, settling himself on the bench beside the old traveller, "you've seen more of the world than any hobbit I know. Tell me, what was the greatest thing you discovered in all your journeys? What was the most wonderful sight, the most valuable treasure, the most important lesson?" Fastolf was silent for a long moment, considering the question with the seriousness it deserved. He thought of all the marvels he'd witnessed, the mountains and rivers and forests and cities, the strange creatures and stranger folk, the adventures and dangers and narrow escapes. Any of these might have served as an answer, and any would have been true in its own way. But as the sun sank lower and the first stars began to appear in the darkening sky, Fastolf realised that the truest answer was simpler than all of these. "The greatest thing I discovered," he said at last, his voice soft with memory, was the path that led me home. I spent my whole youth searching for something I thought lay over the next horizon, and I found many wonders along the way. But the most wonderful thing of all was realizing that what I was truly searching for had been here all along, waiting patiently for me to recognize its value. The Shire is not just a place, young one. It is a gift, a treasure beyond price, a home in the deepest sense of that word, and no matter how far you may one day travel, no matter what adventures may call to you, remember that the path home is always the most important path of all. The young hobbit listened with an intensity that suggested the words had found their mark, and Fastolf, looking into those eager eyes, saw a reflection of his own youthful restlessness and smiled. He knew that some lessons could not be taught with words alone, that some truths had to be discovered through experience. Perhaps this lad too would one day set forth to see the wide world, and perhaps he too would eventually find his way back to the gentle hills of home. But at least he would carry with him the knowledge that the path of return existed, that no matter how far he wandered, the Shire would be waiting to welcome him back. And so ends our collection of tales from the heart of Hobbit folklore, dear listener. We have journeyed together through stories of wonder and mystery, of courage and compassion, of lessons learned and gifts received. We have met Primrose Burrows, who discovered the art of weaving moonlight and passed her gift to generations who followed. We have walked beside Otho Hayward as he learned that true wealth lies not in coins but in generosity of spirit. We have shared the discoveries of Hamfast Greenhill, who heard the song of the earth and understood his place within its harmony. We have peeked through the door of the old mill with Petunia Bolger and witnessed the midnight bakers at their blessed work. And we have followed Fastolf Took on his long journey and longer return, learning with him that home is the greatest treasure of all. These stories are the inheritance of the Hobbit folk, passed down through countless generations, around countless hearths, shaped and refined by each telling until they have become as smooth and comforting as riverstones, worn by endless flowing water. They speak of values that the hobbits hold dear, the importance of community and kindness, the power of simple gifts freely given, the wisdom that comes from paying attention to the world around us. And though they may seem like mere entertainment, like pleasant diversions for quiet evenings, they carry within them truths that are as relevant today as they were when they were first told. For in the end, dear listener, are we not all hobbits of a sort? Do we not all long for the comfort of home and hearth, for the warmth of friends and family gathered close, for the simple pleasures that make life worth living? The great adventures may call to some of us, and there is honour in answering that call. But there is equal honour in tending our gardens and baking our bread and caring for those who depend upon us. The moonlight falls upon the humble and the mighty alike, and the singing stones hold memories that belong to all who have ears to hear. And so, as the night deepens and sleep draws near, let these tales settle into your heart like seeds planted in fertile soil. Perhaps they will take root there and grow into something beautiful, thoughts and feelings and understandings that will enrich your waking hours and guide your steps along whatever path you choose to walk. Perhaps on some quiet evening in the future, you will share these stories with others, adding your own voice to the chorus of tellers who have kept them alive across the long years. The fire burns low now, and the shadows gather soft and gentle in the corners of the room. Outside, the stars wheel slowly through the heavens, the same stars that have looked down upon the Shire since the first hobbits made their homes among its hills. The moon, whether waxing or waning, pours its silver light upon a world that holds more wonders than we can ever fully know. And somewhere, perhaps, Mother Silverthimble still sits at her spinning wheel, drawing luminous thread from the endless supply of radiance that flows down from the sky. Sleep now, dear listener, and let the peace of the Shire enfold you like a warm blanket on a cold winter's night. Let the gentle hills rise around you in your dreams, green and growing and eternal. Let the sound of laughter and song drift to your ears from cosy hobbit holes where friends gather and tales are told. And know that no matter where your own journey takes you, no matter how far you may wander into the waking world, the path home is always waiting. May your dreams be sweet and your rest be deep, and may you wake refreshed and ready to face whatever adventures the new day brings. Until we meet again among the rolling hills and flowering meadows of the Shire, may the blessings of the bread spirit sustain you, may the song of the stones guide you, and may the moonlight illuminate your way. Good night, dear friend. Good night. Story 2. Hello there, my sleepy friends, and welcome once more to the gentle embrace of the Shire, where the rolling hills stretch like soft green blankets beneath a sky painted with the softest hues of twilight. Tonight, as the stars begin their quiet vigil above the peaceful lands of Middle-earth, we shall journey together through the winding lanes and cosy hobbit holes, gathering around the hearth to share tales that have been whispered from generation to generation, stories that speak of magic and mischief, of kindness rewarded, and lessons learned beneath the ancient trees of this most beloved land. In this special collection, we bring together cherished stories from Hobbit folklore, each one a precious gem passed down through the ages by the good folk of the Shire. These are the tales that Hobbit children hear at their mother's knee, the legends that old gaffers share over pipes and ale at the Green Dragon Inn, the whispered secrets of a people who have long understood that the greatest adventures often begin with the simplest of things: a kind word spoken to a stranger, a promise made beneath the moonlight, or a curious path taken through an unfamiliar wood. As this collection draws to its gentle close, a peaceful ambience shall carry you softly into the welcoming arms of sleep, without interruption, allowing you to drift through dreams as pleasant as a summer afternoon in the party field. So settle yourself now, dear listener. Pull your blankets close, and let the warmth of these ancient tales wrap around you like a cloak of the finest elven make. And now, let us step together into a world where the fields of the Shire are alive with wonder, where every mushroom patch might hide a secret, and where the echoes of Hobbit legends await discovery in the most unexpected of places. In the days before the great troubles came to Middle-earth, when the Shire was still a place of untroubled peace, and the biggest excitement a Hobbit might expect was an unexpectedly good harvest of pipeweed, there lived in the village of Tuckborough a young Hobbit lass by the name of Peony Goodbarrel. Now, Peony was known throughout the Tookland for two things in particular: her uncommonly beautiful singing voice, which some said could charm the very birds from the trees, and her equally uncommonly stubborn nature, which her grandmother often remarked could put even the most determined mule to shame. Peony lived with her elderly grandmother, Lobelia Goodbarrel, in a modest but comfortable hobbit hole carved into the side of the Great Smiles, that vast network of tunnels and dwellings that served as the ancestral home of the Took family. Though Peony and her grandmother were not Tooks themselves, they had been granted the honour of residence there many years before, after Lobelia had performed a great service for the Thane himself, though the exact nature of that service was a tale Lobelia refused to speak of, no matter how many times young Peony pestered her about it. Their hobbit hole, while small compared to the grand chambers of the Took family proper, was warm and welcoming, with round windows that looked out upon a garden where Lobelia grew the finest herbs in all of Tuckborough. Bundles of dried lavender and rosemary hung from the low ceiling beams, filling the air with a fragrance that visitors often remarked upon, saying it made them feel as though they had stepped into a peaceful dream from which they never wished to awaken. It was in this cosy dwelling that our tale begins, on an evening when the autumn winds had just begun to whisper of the winter to come. The leaves upon the party tree in Hobbiton had turned to gold and copper, and throughout the Shire hobbits were busy preparing their larders for the cold months ahead, filling their cellars with preserves and their smokehouses with hams and bacons of every description. Peony sat by the fire that evening, her fingers busy with a bit of needlework, though her mind wandered far from the task at hand. Her grandmother dozed in the chair opposite, her wrinkled face peaceful in the dancing firelight, a half-finished cup of chamomile tea growing cold upon the table beside her. Now it must be said that Peony, for all her many virtues, possessed a restless spirit that often chafed against the quiet routines of Shire life. While other hobbit lasses her age were content to spend their days learning the proper way to pickle mushrooms or discussing the merits of various seed catalogues, Peony found herself gazing at the distant horizon, wondering what lay beyond the borders of the Shire, in those mysterious lands where adventures were said to await around every corner. This restlessness had grown stronger in recent weeks, ever since the old peddler had passed through Tuckborough with his cart of curious wares. Among the ribbons and buttons and packets of exotic spices, Peony had spied something that had captured her imagination entirely: a small, leather-bound book filled with tales from distant lands, stories of heroes and villains, of magical creatures and enchanted objects, of brave souls who ventured forth into the unknown and returned forever changed by their experiences. Her grandmother had forbidden her from purchasing the book, declaring it full of dangerous nonsense that would only fill her head with foolish ideas. But Peony had managed to read a few pages before the peddler moved on, and those pages had planted a seed in her heart that now grew stronger with each passing day, a longing for something more than the comfortable predictability of life in the Shire. It was just as the clock upon the mantel struck 9 that a knock came at the round green door of their hobbit hole. The sound was so unexpected that Peony pricked her finger with her needle, and her grandmother started awake with a snort and a confused muttering about second breakfasts. Now visitors after dark were rare enough in the Shire, where sensible folk were generally tucked away in their homes by sunset, enjoying their suppers and preparing for bed. But visitors after dark during the season of gathering, when every hobbit had more than enough to occupy them without gadding about in the evening chill, were rarer still. Peony set aside her needlework and rose from her chair, her heart beating with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Her grandmother, now fully awake, fixed her with a warning look that spoke volumes without requiring a single word. But Peony had never been one to let warnings, spoken or otherwise, keep her from satisfying her curiosity. She crossed the cosy room with its braided rugs and comfortable furniture, past the kitchen where the remnants of their supper still sat upon the scrubbed wooden table, and reached for the brass handle of the door. The metal was cold beneath her fingers, and she felt a strange shiver run through her, as though the very air around her had grown charged with some inexplicable energy. When she opened the door, the sight that greeted her was unlike anything she had expected. There upon the doorstep stood the oldest hobbit Peony had ever seen, so ancient and weathered that he seemed to have been carved from the very roots of the old forest itself. His face was a map of wrinkles, each line telling a story of years beyond counting, and his eyes, though rheumy with age, held a spark of intelligence and knowing that made Peony feel as though he could see straight through to her very soul. But it was not his age that made Peony gasp and step backward in surprise. It was the creature that sat upon his shoulder, a bird unlike any she'd seen in all her years in the Shire. Its feathers shimmered with colours that seemed to shift and change in the flickering light from within the hobbit hole, now silver, now gold, now a deep and lustrous green that reminded her of sunlight filtering through forest leaves. Its eyes were bright as polished gems, and it regarded Peony with an intelligence that no ordinary bird could possess. "Good evening to you, young mistress," said the ancient hobbit, his voice creaking like an old door in need of oil. "I wonder if I might trouble you for a moment of your time, and perhaps a cup of something warm. The evening has grown chill, and these old bones do not bear the cold as well as they once did." Before Peony could respond, her grandmother appeared at her elbow, her earlier drowsiness replaced by a sharp alertness that Peony had rarely seen in her. "Bramblewick Burrows," Lobelia said, and her voice held a note of something that might have been recognition, or perhaps resignation. "I wondered if I should ever see you again." The ancient hobbit's weathered face creased into a smile that somehow made him look both younger and older all at once, as though time itself could not quite decide what to make of him. The strange bird upon his shoulder ruffled its shimmering feathers and let out a soft trill that seemed to echo with harmonies no natural creature could produce. "Lobelia good barrel," said Bramblewick Burrows, inclining his head in a gesture of respect that seemed to come from an age long past. "The years have been kind to you, though I see they have not dimmed your memory. I had hoped you might remember our last meeting, though it was so very long ago." Peony looked between her grandmother and the strange visitor, her curiosity burning brighter than ever. In all her years she'd never heard her grandmother speak of anyone named Bramblewick Burrows, and the familiarity between them suggested a history that ran deep indeed. "Come inside then," Lobelia said at last, stepping aside to allow the ancient hobbit entry. "Though I warn you, Bramblewick, if you have come to bring trouble to my doorstep again, you shall find me less accommodating than I was in my youth." Bramblewick chuckled as he shuffled across the threshold, his gnarled walking stick tapping against the polished wooden floor. "Trouble is not something I bring, dear Lobelia. Trouble is merely something that follows in my wake, like leaves caught in an autumn wind. There is a difference, though I confess it is a subtle one." Peony closed the door behind him, shutting out the cold evening air, and watched with fascination as her grandmother bustled about the kitchen, preparing tea with movements that spoke of deep agitation poorly concealed. The strange bird had left Bramblewick's shoulder and now perched upon the back of a chair, its gem-like eyes following Peony's every movement with an attention that was both flattering and slightly unnerving. "Please, sit by the fire," Peony said, remembering her manners despite her burning curiosity. "You must be weary from your travels." "Weary indeed, young one," Bramblewick replied, lowering himself into the chair her grandmother had vacated earlier with a series of creaks and groans that might have come from either his joints or the furniture. "I've walked far tonight, farther than these old legs wish to carry me. But some errands cannot wait for convenience, and some debts must be paid regardless of the cost." "Debts," Lobelia said sharply, returning from the kitchen with a steaming pot of tea and 3 cups upon a tray. "Is that what brings you here after all these years? You speak of debts." Bramblewick accepted the cup she offered with a nod of gratitude, wrapping his gnarled fingers around its warmth. "I speak of many things, Lobelia, but yes, debts are among them. You performed a service for me once, long ago, and I promised that one day I would repay that kindness. The time has come to fulfill that promise." Peony settled into a chair between her grandmother and the ancient visitor, her forgotten needlework lying abandoned in her lap. The fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls, but the atmosphere in the room had grown charged with something that made the hair upon Peony's feet stand on end. "I want nothing from you," Lobelia said firmly, though Peony noticed that her grandmother's hands trembled slightly as she poured her own tea. "That matter was settled long ago. Whatever debt you believe you owe, consider it paid in full." Bramblewick shook his head slowly, and a sad smile played across his ancient features. "Some debts cannot be dismissed so easily, old friend, and this particular debt concerns not only you, but your granddaughter as well." At these words, both Peony and Lobelia started, their eyes meeting in a moment of shared surprise. Peony felt her heart quicken in her chest, a mixture of excitement and apprehension flooding through her veins. "Leave the child out of this," Lobelia said, and now her voice held a note of warning that Peony had never heard before. "Whatever business lies between us, it has nothing to do with Peony." But Bramblewick was already shaking his head, his rheumy eyes fixed upon Peony with an intensity that made her feel as though she were being weighed and measured by forces beyond her understanding. "The child, as you call her, has everything to do with it," he said softly. "Surely you have noticed it yourself, Lobelia. The restlessness that burns within her, the longing for something beyond the borders of this peaceful land, the voice that sings with such uncommon beauty that even the birds fall silent to listen." Peony felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and something else, a strange recognition that the old hobbit's words had struck upon a truth she had scarcely admitted even to herself. "How do you know about my singing?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Bramblewick's smile widened, and the bird upon the chair back let out another of its haunting trills. "I know many things, young Peony Goodbarrel. I know that you dream of adventures beyond the Shire. I know that you feel trapped by the comfortable predictability of life among your people, and I know that you possess a gift, a rare and precious gift, that has lain dormant within you, waiting for the proper moment to awaken." Lobelia set down her teacup with a clatter that spoke of barely contained emotion. "I forbid this," she said, her voice shaking. "I will not let you fill her head with your nonsense, Bramblewick. I will not let you lead her down the same path that nearly destroyed me all those years ago." "The path chose you, Lobelia," Bramblewick replied gently, "just as it now chooses your granddaughter. These things are not within our power to forbid or permit. They simply are." Peony looked at her grandmother, seeing for the first time the fear that lurked behind her stern expression. "What path?" she asked. "Grandmother, what is he talking about? What happened to you all those years ago?" For a long moment Lobelia did not answer. The fire crackled and popped, sending sparks dancing up the chimney, and somewhere in the distance an owl called out into the autumn night. The strange bird upon the chair ruffled its feathers and was still. Finally Lobelia sighed, and it seemed to Peony that years of carefully guarded secrets came rushing out with that single exhalation. "Very well," her grandmother said at last. "If you insist on knowing, then I shall tell you. But understand this, Peony. What I am about to share with you is not a fairy tale. It is not a comfortable story to be told by the fireside for entertainment. It is the truth of what I was, and what I nearly became, and it is the reason I have worked so hard to keep you safe from the very restlessness that now threatens to consume you." Peony leaned forward in her chair, her heart pounding with anticipation. She had always known, in some deep and wordless way, that her grandmother harboured secrets, but she'd never imagined that those secrets might have anything to do with her. Many years ago, Lobelia began, her voice taking on the cadence of one who has not spoken of such things in a very long time. Before you were born, before your parents were born, I was a young hobbit lass much like yourself. I too felt the restlessness you now feel. I too longed for adventure beyond the borders of the Shire. And when Bramblewick Burrows came to my door one autumn evening, just as he's come to yours tonight, I listened to what he had to say. And what did he say? Peony asked breathlessly. Lobelia's eyes grew distant, as though she were looking back across the decades to a time when she had been young and foolish and filled with dreams. He told me of the singing stones, she said softly, ancient artifacts hidden in the deepest places of Middle-earth, stones that hold within them the music of creation itself. He told me that I had the gift to find them, to awaken them, to use their power to bring healing and harmony to a world that sorely needed both. And like a fool, I believed him. Bramblewick shifted in his chair, and when he spoke, his voice was gentle but firm. It was not foolishness, Lobelia. It was truth. You did have the gift, you still do, though you have spent a lifetime trying to bury it. Lobelia's eyes flashed with a fire that Peony had never seen before. A spark of the young hobbit she must once have been, fierce and proud and full of dreams. The gift nearly killed me, she said sharply. Do not speak to me of truth, Bramblewick Burrows. I know the truth of what you offer. I lived it. I bear the scars of it still, though they do not show upon my skin. Peony reached out and took her grandmother's trembling hand, feeling the papery softness of her aged skin beneath her fingers. Please, grandmother, she said gently, tell me what happened. I need to understand. Lobelia was silent for a long moment, her gaze fixed upon the dancing flames in the hearth. When she spoke again, her voice had softened, carrying the weight of memories too long suppressed. I followed Bramblewick from the Shire, she began. We travelled for many weeks through lands I had only heard of in stories, the old forest, where the trees whisper secrets to those who dare to listen, the Barrow Downs, where ancient spirits walk beneath the moonlight, the wild country beyond Bree, where the rangers keep their lonely vigil against the darkness. The strange bird upon the chairback let out a low, mournful note, as though it too remembered those distant days. Peony found herself holding her breath, afraid that even the slightest sound might break the spell of her grandmother's tale. We sought the first of the singing stones, Lobelia continued. It was hidden in a cave beneath the misty mountains, in a place where no hobbit had ever ventured. The journey was perilous beyond anything I had imagined. We faced wolves and wild things, storms that seemed to rage with a fury meant specifically for us. And through it all, Bramblewick assured me that the prize at the end would be worth every hardship. And was it? Peony asked softly. Lobelia's face twisted with an emotion that Peony could not quite name, something between wonder and regret, between joy and sorrow. When I found the stone, she whispered, when I first laid my hands upon its surface and felt the music within it responding to my touch, it was the most beautiful moment of my life. The sound that rose from that ancient artifact was beyond description. It was as though all the joy and sorrow of creation itself had been distilled into a single, perfect note. I wept with the beauty of it, and I understood then what Bramblewick had been trying to tell me. I understood that I had been born for this purpose, to find the stones and awaken them, to bring their healing music back into a world that had forgotten such wonders existed. Then what went wrong? Peony asked, for she could see in her grandmother's eyes that something had indeed gone terribly wrong. Lobelia withdrew her hand from Peony's grasp and wrapped her arms around herself, as though trying to ward off a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. The stone's music attracted attention, she said, her voice dropping so low that Peony had to lean forward to hear. Attention from things that dwell in the dark places of the world, things that hunger for power and beauty and light and seek to consume them utterly. We were attacked in that cave, Bramblewick and I, by creatures I cannot name even now, creatures whose very existence is a blight upon Middle-earth. Bramblewick bowed his head, and for the first time Peony saw genuine sorrow etched upon his ancient features. I was not strong enough to protect her, he said quietly. That failure has haunted me for all the years since. The creatures wounded her, body and spirit, and though she survived, she was never quite the same. The The gift that had burned so brightly within her was damaged, diminished, and the stone we had sought to awaken was lost, carried off into the darkness by those who would use its power for evil. Peony felt tears prickling at the corners of her eyes as she looked at her grandmother, seeing her now not as the stern but loving woman who had raised her, but as a young hobbit lass whose dreams had been shattered by forces beyond her control. "I spent months recovering from my wounds," Lobelia said. "Bramblewick brought me to Rivendell, where the elves tended to me with all their skill. They healed my body, but they could not fully heal my spirit. The connection I had felt to the singing stones, that beautiful resonance that had made me feel truly alive for the first time, was broken. I could still sense it, faintly, like an echo of a melody half remembered. But I could no longer touch it. I could no longer sing the stones awake." "And so you returned to the Shire," Peony said, beginning to understand. Lobelia nodded, wiping at her eyes with the back of her hand. "I returned to the Shire and I buried that part of myself as deeply as I could. I married your grandfather, may his memory be blessed, and I built a life of quiet contentment. I convinced myself that the adventure had been a foolish mistake, that I was better off among my own people, living the simple life that hobbits were meant to live. But the gift did not die with you," Bramblewick said gently. "It passed on, as such gifts often do, waiting for another who might carry it forward, waiting for your granddaughter." The silence that followed his words was profound. Peony felt as though the very air in the room had grown thick with significance, with the weight of destiny pressing down upon her shoulders. "You cannot mean," she began, but her voice trailed off, unable to complete the thought. "I mean exactly what you think I mean," Bramblewick replied. "The gift that your grandmother carried, the ability to find and awaken the singing stones, now resides within you. I have watched you from afar, young Peony. I have heard you sing when you thought no one was listening. Your voice carries the same resonance that your grandmother's once did, perhaps even stronger. You are the one who can complete the quest that was begun so long ago." "No," Lobelia said, and now her voice was fierce with protective anger. "I will not allow it. I will not let you lead my granddaughter into the same danger that nearly destroyed me. She is all I have left, Bramblewick. I will not lose her to the darkness as I nearly lost myself." Bramblewick rose from his chair, his ancient body seeming to unfold with a grace that belied his years. The strange bird flew to his shoulder once more, its shimmering feathers catching the firelight in mesmerizing patterns. "The choice is not yours to make, Lobelia," he said, and though his voice was kind, there was an undercurrent of steel within it. "Nor is it mine. It belongs to Peony alone. The gift calls to her, just as it once called to you. She can choose to ignore it, to bury it as you did, to live out her days in the comfortable peace of the Shire. But I think you know, better than anyone, what that choice will cost her. The restlessness will never fade, the longing will never be satisfied. She will spend her life wondering what might have been, just as you have spent yours." Peony looked at her grandmother, seeing the tears that now flowed freely down her wrinkled cheeks. She thought of all the time she'd caught her grandmother staring out the window at the distant horizon, a look of profound sadness in her eyes. She thought of the way her grandmother hummed sometimes, tuneless melodies that seemed to ache with loss and longing, and she understood with a clarity that cut straight to her heart that Bramblewick spoke the truth. "I have to try," she said softly, and the words felt like both a beginning and an end. "Whatever happened to you, grandmother, I have to try. I cannot spend my life wondering." Lobelia closed her eyes, and a shudder passed through her frail form. When she opened them again, the fight had gone out of her, replaced by a weary resignation that was somehow more heartbreaking than her earlier anger. "Then promise me this," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Promise me that you will come back to me. Promise me that whatever dangers you face, whatever wonders you discover, you will find your way home. Again." Peony crossed the space between them and knelt at her grandmother's feet, taking both of her hands in her own. "I promise," she said, and she meant it with every fibre of her being. "I will come back. I will always come back." The night had grown deep by the time all was settled. Lobelia, though her heart was heavy with fear and sorrow, set about preparing provisions for the journey with the practical determination that had seen her through so many hardships in her long life. She packed seed cakes and dried fruits, wedges of sharp cheese and rounds of travel bread that would keep for many days. She filled a leather water skin from the well behind the hobbit hole and tucked a small pot of her famous healing salve into the pack, along with bandages and herbs that might prove useful on the road. Peony watched her grandmother work, marvelling at the transformation that had come over the old hobbit. Where before there had been resistance and fear, now there was only love expressed through action, a fierce desire to give her granddaughter every possible advantage in the trials that lay ahead. "You will need warm clothing," Lobelia said, her voice brisk and businesslike, though her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "The nights grow cold beyond the Shire, and the mountain passes are bitter, even in the warmest seasons. Take my old travelling cloak, the green one with the silver clasps. It was given to me by the elves of Rivendell, and it has kept me warm through many a cold night." Peony accepted the cloak with reverent hands, feeling the soft weight of the fabric, so fine it seemed almost weightless, yet somehow warmer than the thickest wool. The silver clasps were shaped like leaves, intricately detailed and gleaming softly in the firelight. "It is beautiful," she breathed. "It served me well," Lobelia replied, and there was a catch in her voice. "May it serve you better." Bramblewick had settled back into his chair by the fire, his strange bird dozing upon his shoulder, with its head tucked beneath one shimmering wing. He seemed content to let grandmother and granddaughter have these final moments together, understanding perhaps that some farewells cannot be rushed. As Peony donned the cloak and adjusted the straps of her pack, she felt a curious sensation wash over her. It was as though she were becoming someone new, someone she'd always been meant to be but had never quite managed to become. The restlessness that had plagued her for so long did not disappear, but it transformed, becoming something purposeful, something that pointed like a compass needle toward the adventures that awaited. "There is one more thing," Lobelia said, and she crossed to the mantelpiece where a small wooden box sat among the other keepsakes and mementos. Peony had seen the box countless times before, but her grandmother had never opened it in her presence, and she had learned early on not to ask about its contents. Now, Lobelia lifted the lid and withdrew something small enough to fit in the palm of her hand. When she turned, Peony saw that it was a pendant on a delicate silver chain, and set within the pendant was a stone unlike any she had ever seen. It was no larger than a robin's egg, but within its depths colours swirled and danced, blues and greens and silvers that seemed to move of their own accord, like clouds passing across a sunlit sky. "This is a shard of the singing stone," Lobelia said, placing it gently in Peony's hands. "The one I found beneath the misty mountains. When the creatures attacked us, the stone was shattered, and this fragment was all I managed to save. I have kept it hidden all these years, afraid of what it might mean, afraid of what it might awaken in me if I looked upon it too often. But now I understand that it was never meant for me to keep. It was meant for you." Peony lifted the pendant, and as her fingers closed around the shard, she felt something stir within her breast. It was like a note of music, pure and clear, resonating in a place she had not known existed until that very moment. The sensation brought tears to her eyes, tears of wonder rather than sorrow. "I can hear it," she whispered. "Grandmother, I can hear it singing." Lobelia nodded, and now the tears were flowing freely down her cheeks. "That is how I knew," she said. "That is how I always knew that you had the gift. When you were just a babe in your cradle, you would reach for that box as though you could sense what lay within. And when you sang, even your first childish songs, there was a quality to your voice that reminded me of the music I had lost. I tried to convince myself it meant nothing. I tried to protect you from the truth. But some truths cannot be hidden forever." Bramblewick rose from his chair, his old bones creaking with the effort. "It is time," he said gently. "We have a long road ahead, and the night is already half spent. If we leave now, we can reach the borders of the Shire by morning." Peony clasped the pendant around her neck, feeling its weight settle against her chest like a promise. She turned to her grandmother and embraced her, holding the old hobbit close, breathing in the familiar scent of lavender and rosemary that had defined her childhood. "I love you, grandmother," she said, her voice muffled against Lobelia's shoulder. "And I love you, child," Lobelia replied. "More than all the singing stones in Middle-earth. Remember that. No matter what wonders you discover, no matter what trials you face, remember that there is someone here who loves you and waits for your return." They held each other for a long moment, two hobbits standing at the threshold of a great adventure, one too old to make the journey, the other too young to fully understand what it would demand of her. And then, with a final squeeze, they released one another, and Peony stepped out into the cool autumn night. The stars blazed overhead, more brilliant than she'd ever seen them, as though they too knew that something momentous was beginning. The moon had risen, casting silver light across the rolling hills of Tuckborough, and somewhere in the distance an owl called out its lonely song. Bramblewick led the way, his gnarled walking stick tapping a steady rhythm against the packed earth of the path. The strange bird had awakened and now flew ahead of them, its shimmering feathers catching the moonlight as it darted between the shadows. "What is that creature?" Peony asked as they walked, her voice hushed in the stillness of the night. "I have never seen a bird like it in all my years." Bramblewick chuckled softly. "That is because there are no birds like it in the Shire," he replied. "Her name is Eleanor, and she is a songbird of the Valar, one of the last of her kind. She was a gift to me from the Lady Galadriel herself, many long years ago, and she has been my companion and guide ever since." Peony stared at the bird with new wonder. She'd heard tales of the Lady of the Golden Wood, of course. Every hobbit had. But she'd never imagined that she might encounter something so closely connected to such legendary figures. "You've travelled in exalted company," she said. "I've travelled in all manner of company," Bramblewick replied. "Exalted and humble, wise and foolish, brave and cowardly. In my long years I have learned that the measure of a companion has little to do with their station and everything to do with their heart. Your grandmother, for all that she was a simple hobbit lass from the Shire, showed more courage in our journey together than many a great lord or lady I have known." They walked in silence for a time, following a path that wound between the hills, passing darkened hobbit holes where sensible folk lay sleeping, unaware that a young lass was setting forth on a quest that would take her far beyond the comfortable borders of their peaceful land. As they crested a rise, Peony paused and looked back at the great smiles, at the modest hobbit hole where her grandmother now sat alone by the dying fire. A lump formed in her throat, and for a moment she considered turning back, abandoning this mad venture and returning to the safety of the life she knew. But then the shard around her neck pulsed with warmth, and she heard again that single perfect note of music calling to her from somewhere far away. And she knew, with a certainty that left no room for doubt, that she could not turn back. The gift that had passed from grandmother to granddaughter demanded to be used, and Peony Goodbarrel would answer its call. "Come," Bramblewick said gently, as though sensing her hesitation. "The road awaits, and there is much I must tell you before we reach our destination." They travelled through the night, following paths that Peony had never known existed, secret ways that wound between the hills and through copses of ancient trees. Bramblewick moved with surprising swiftness for one so old, his gnarled stick finding purchase on the uneven ground with unerring accuracy, and Peony found herself working to keep pace with this steady stride. As they walked, Bramblewick began to speak of the singing stones, and Peony listened with rapt attention, drinking in every word like a traveller who has long thirsted for water finally reaching a clear spring. "There are 7 stones in all," Bramblewick explained, his voice low and measured, carrying just far enough for Peony to hear without disturbing the sleeping countryside around them. "They were created in the first age of Middle-earth, when the world was young and the music of creation still echoed in every living thing. The Valar themselves sang these stones into being, each one attuned to a different aspect of the great song that brought the world into existence." Peony touched the shard around her neck, feeling its gentle warmth against her skin. "And the stone my grandmother found?" she asked. "Which aspect did it embody?" Bramblewick smiled in the moonlight. "That was the stone of healing," he replied. "Its music had the power to mend what was broken, to restore what was lost, to bring peace to troubled spirits and strength to failing bodies. Your grandmother awakened it briefly before the attack, and in that moment its music spread across this land like ripples in a pond. Trees that had been blighted by disease grew strong again. Streams that had run foul became pure and sweet. Even the creatures of the wild who had grown fearful and aggressive became gentle once more. Then its loss must have been devastating," Peony said softly. Bramblewick nodded, and his ancient face grew sombre. The creatures that took the stone were servants of the shadow, he said. They carried it deep into the dark places of the world, where its music was twisted and corrupted. Instead of healing, the stone now spreads discord. Instead of restoration, it brings decay. The very power that once blessed the land now curses it, and with each passing year, the corruption spreads further. And you believe I can reclaim it? Peony asked. You believe I can restore the stone to its true purpose? I believe you have the gift to try, Bramblewick replied. What happens after that is beyond my power to foresee. The future is not fixed, young Peony. It shifts and changes like clouds before the wind, shaped by the choices we make and the courage we show. All I can tell you is that if you do not try, the corruption will continue to spread until all of Middle-earth falls under its shadow. They walked on in contemplative silence, the weight of Bramblewick's words settling upon Peony's shoulders. She had known that this quest would be dangerous, but she had not fully understood the stakes until now, the fate of all Middle-earth, resting upon the shoulders of a young hobbit lass who had never travelled further than Hobbiton in all her days. As the first pale light of dawn began to paint the eastern sky, they reached the edge of the Shire. Before them stretched the old forest, that ancient and mysterious woodland that most hobbits avoided with superstitious dread. The trees stood tall and dark against the brightening sky, their branches intertwined like the fingers of sleeping giants. We must pass through the forest, Bramblewick said. It is the quickest path to our first destination. Peony swallowed hard, remembering the tales she had heard of hobbits who had ventured into the old forest and never returned. The trees are said to be unfriendly to travellers, she said, trying to keep the tremor from her voice. The trees are unfriendly to those who come with axes and fire, Bramblewick replied, with a gentle smile. But you carry the shard of a singing stone, young one. The forest will sense its music and know that you mean no harm. Trust in the gift you carry, and the way will open before you. Eleanor the songbird swooped down from where she had been circling overhead and landed on Peony's shoulder. The creature's weight was surprisingly light, like a handful of feathers, and its presence brought an unexpected comfort. The bird let out a soft trill, and Peony could have sworn she saw encouragement in its gem-like eyes. Taking a deep breath, Peony stepped forward into the shadow of the trees. The old forest was everything the tales had described, and more. The trees pressed close on either side, their ancient trunks gnarled and twisted, their roots rising from the earth like the knuckles of buried hands. The light that filtered through the dense canopy was green and dim, casting strange shadows that seemed to shift and move of their own accord. But as Bramblewick had promised, the forest did not hinder their passage. Indeed, as they walked, Peony had the distinct impression that the trees were drawing back to let them pass, their branches lifting to create a clear path where moments before there had been only impenetrable tangle. She could feel the shard against her chest, warm and pulsing with that single, sustained note of music, and she understood that it was singing to the forest, reassuring it of their peaceful intentions. They travelled for hours, pausing only briefly to eat and rest before pressing on. Bramblewick shared more of his knowledge as they walked, telling Peony of the other singing stones and where they had last been seen before the darkness had claimed them. There is the Stone of Memory, he said, hidden somewhere in the depths of Moria, where the dwarves once delved too deep and awakened a terror beyond their power to defeat. There is the Stone of Dreams, lost in the marshes of the dead, where the spirits of fallen warriors still walk beneath the pale lights. There is the Stone of Courage, buried in the ruins of a fortress that once guarded against the armies of the Dark Lord himself. Each stone he named seemed more impossible to reach than the last, and Peony felt her hope falter. How can one hobbit hope to find all these stones, she asked. It would take a lifetime just to travel to all these places, let alone to actually reclaim the stones themselves. You are not alone in this quest, Bramblewick replied gently. There are others who will join you along the way, allies drawn by the music of the shard you carry, and you have gifts you have not yet discovered, young Peony. Your voice carries power beyond what you realize. When the time comes, you will find the strength you need. They emerged from the old forest as the sun was setting, stepping out onto the rolling grasslands that stretched toward the distant peaks of the misty mountains. The sky was ablaze with colour, reds and oranges and purples, mingling in a display so beautiful that Peony stopped in her tracks, momentarily overwhelmed by the wonder of it all. She'd never seen a sunset from outside the Shire before. Within the familiar borders of her homeland, the hills had always framed the sky, limiting her view. But here, with the horizon stretching unbroken before her, the full majesty of the fading day was laid bare. "It is beautiful, is it not?" Bramblewick said, coming to stand beside her. "It is beyond beautiful," Peony breathed. "I never imagined the world could be so vast." "This is only the beginning," Bramblewick replied. "There are wonders in Middle-earth that would bring tears to your eyes, sights so magnificent that no words could ever capture them. And there are terrors too, darkness so profound that it threatens to swallow hope itself. You will face both before your journey is done." They made camp that night beside a small stream, its waters clear and cold and sweet. Eleanor caught fish for their supper while Bramblewick cooked them over a small fire, and Peony sat watching the stars emerge one by one, more numerous than she'd ever seen them. As sleep began to claim her, she heard the shard around her neck singing softly, a lullaby that seemed meant just for her. And in her dreams, she saw a great stone, whole and unmarred, its surface shimmering with all the colours of healing, and she heard a voice that might have been her grandmother's, or might have been something far older. "Find me," the voice whispered, "heal me, and through me heal the world." The days that followed blurred together into a rhythm of walking and resting, of dawn departures and twilight camps beneath skies that seemed to grow vaster with each passing mile. Peony's feet, though tough as any hobbit's, grew sore from the endless travelling, but she did not complain. There was too much wonder in every step, too much newness in every horizon, for her to waste breath on grievances. Bramblewick proved to be an inexhaustible source of knowledge and stories, his ancient mind filled with memories stretching back further than Peony could comprehend. He told her of the great kingdoms that had once flourished in these lands, of Arnor and Arthedain, of the Dunedain who still wandered the wild places, keeping watch against the darkness. He spoke of elves he'd known and dwarves he had befriended, of wizards whose names carried power even when whispered. And he taught her about her gift. "The voice you possess is more than mere sound," he explained one evening, as they sat beside their small fire, the mountains looming ever closer on the horizon. "It is a channel for the music of creation itself. When you sing, you touch something that exists beyond the physical world, a resonance that connects all living things to the source of their being. The singing stones were created to amplify and focus that same resonance. That is why only those with the gift can awaken them." Peony listened intently, trying to understand concepts that seemed almost too vast for her hobbit mind to grasp. "But how do I use this gift?" she asked. "I have sung all my life, but I have never felt any power in my voice, only the simple pleasure of making music." Bramblewick smiled and reached into his robes, withdrawing a small silver flute carved with intricate patterns. "Take this," he said, pressing it into her hands. "It was made by the elves of LOTR, and it carries within it echoes of their ancient songs. When you play it, listen not with your ears but with your heart. Feel the music moving through you rather than simply producing it. That is the first step toward understanding your gift." Peony took the flute, marvelling at its delicate craftsmanship. The metal was cool against her fingers, but as she held it she felt a warmth begin to spread through her palms, the same warmth she felt from the shard around her neck. That night, while Bramblewick slept and Eleanor kept watch from a nearby branch, Peony lifted the flute to her lips and began to play. At first, the notes that emerged were simple and uncertain, the halting melodies of a beginner. But as she continued, something began to shift within her. The music seemed to take on a life of its own, the notes flowing more freely, weaving together into patterns she had never consciously learned. And then she felt it. It was like a door opening in her mind, a passage to a place she had never known existed. Through that door flowed music unlike anything she had ever heard, harmonies so complex and beautiful that tears sprang to her eyes. She understood in that moment what Bramblewick had been trying to explain. The music was not something she created. It was something she channeled, something that existed eternally, waiting for someone with the gift to give it voice. When she finally lowered the flute, her cheeks wet with tears, she found Bramblewick watching her with a knowing smile. "You have taken your first step," he said softly. "There will be many more before your journey is complete, but you have proven tonight that the gift truly lives within you." They crossed into the foothills of the Misty Mountains 3 days later, following a path that wound between towering peaks whose summits were lost in eternal snows. The air grew thin and cold, and Peony was grateful for her grandmother's elven cloak, which kept her warm despite the bitter wind that howled through the passes. It was here, in a narrow valley sheltered from the worst of the weather, that they encountered their first allies. Peony heard them before she saw them, the sound of voices raised in song drifting down from a rocky outcropping above the path. The melody was unlike anything she'd heard in the Shire, haunting and strange, with harmonies that seemed to shift and change like light through flowing water. "Elves," Bramblewick said, and there was satisfaction in his voice. "I had hoped we might find them here. This is one of their waypoints, a place where they rest during their long journeys to the Grey Havens." They climbed toward the singing, and as they crested a ridge, Peony found herself gazing upon a sight that stole her breath away. A company of elves sat gathered around a silver fire that gave off light but no smoke, their faces beautiful and ageless, their eyes holding depths of wisdom and sorrow that made Peony feel very young and very small. The singing ceased as the elves became aware of the newcomers, and one among them rose gracefully to his feet. He was tall, even for an elf, with hair the colour of starlight and eyes that shimmered like pools of liquid silver. "Bramblewick Burrows," the elf said, and his voice was like music itself. "It has been many years since you walked these paths. What brings you to the mountains with a halfling companion?" Bramblewick bowed low, a gesture of respect that Peony hastily imitated. "Lord Selborne," he replied. "I bring one who carries the gift. She seeks the singing stones, as another sought them long ago." The elf's silver eyes turned to Peony, and she felt as though he was seeing not just her body but her very soul. The shard around her neck pulsed with warmth, and she heard its single note rise slightly, as though acknowledging the elf lord's presence. "The granddaughter of Lobelia Goodbarrel," Selborne said, and it was not a question. "We have long wondered when another would arise to take up the quest. The darkness spreads, and the need grows ever more urgent." He gestured for them to join the company, and Peony found herself seated among beings of legend, sharing their strange and wonderful food, while they spoke of matters that made her head spin. The elves knew of the singing stones, knew of their corruption and the shadow it cast across Middle-earth. They spoke of it with a sorrow that seemed to span ages, a grief for beauty lost and harmony broken. "One among us will accompany you," Selborne announced as the night deepened around them. "Miriel has long desired to see the stones restored. Her voice carries power that may aid you in your quest." A female elf rose from her place by the fire, and Peony saw that she was younger than the others, her face still bright with hope despite the sorrow in her eyes. She carried a harp of polished wood inlaid with silver, and when she inclined her head toward Peony, the young hobbit felt an immediate kinship with her. "I've heard the corruption in my dreams," Miriel said, her voice soft but clear. "I have felt the discord spreading through the song of the world. If there is any chance of healing the stones, I wish to be part of it." And so their company grew by one, and Peony felt her heart lift with the addition of an ally, who understood the musical nature of their quest. They departed the elven camp at dawn, Miriel walking beside Peony with the easy grace of her kind, answering the young hobbit's endless questions with patience and kindness. As they climbed higher into the mountains, following paths known only to Bramblewick and now to Miriel, Peony began to practice her gift in earnest. The elven maiden taught her songs of power, ancient melodies that could calm storms and open doors, that could bring light to darkness and hope to despair. And slowly, haltingly, Peony began to find her voice. She learned that the music lived in silence as much as in sound, in the spaces between notes as much as in the notes themselves. She learned to listen for the resonance that connected all things, to feel the pulse of creation that beat like a heart beneath the surface of the world. And the shard around her neck sang ever louder, guiding them onward toward a destination that drew closer with every step, a darkness that awaited at the end of their path. The path through the mountains grew treacherous as they climbed higher, winding along cliff edges where a single misstep could send a traveller tumbling into the abyss below. Snow began to fall, soft at first, then harder, until the world became a swirling curtain of white that obscured everything beyond arm's reach. Peony had never known such cold. Despite her grandmother's elven cloak, the chill seeped into her bones, making her fingers numb and her thoughts sluggish. She stumbled more than once, and each time Miriel's steady hand was there to catch her, the elf's strength surprising in one so slender and graceful. "We must find shelter," Bramblewick called out, his voice nearly lost in the howling wind. "There is a cave nearby, if memory serves. We can wait out the worst of the storm there." They pressed on, battling against the elements, until at last they reached a narrow opening in the mountainside. The cave beyond was dark but dry, and as they filed inside, Peony felt an immediate relief from the bitter wind. Miriel sang a soft phrase, and light blossomed from the strings of her harp, illuminating the space around them with a warm golden glow. The cave was larger than it had appeared from outside, stretching back into the mountain in a series of connected chambers. "We will rest here tonight," Bramblewick declared, settling himself against the stone wall with a weary sigh. "Tomorrow, if the storm has passed, we will make our final approach." "Final approach?" Peony repeated, her heart quickening. "You mean we're close?" "Closer than you know," the ancient hobbit replied. "Beyond these peaks lies the valley where the stone of healing was taken after it was stolen from your grandmother. The creatures that serve the shadow have made their lair there, feeding upon the stone's corrupted power." Peony touched the shard around her neck, feeling its warmth against her chilled fingers. "And you believe I can simply walk into their lair and take it back?" Bramblewick's eyes met hers, and in their depths she saw both confidence and concern. "I believe you must try," he said simply. "What you will face there is beyond my power to predict. But I have seen the gift that lives within you, Peony Goodbarrel. I've heard its voice growing stronger with each passing day. If anyone can heal the stone, it is you." Miriel had been exploring the deeper chambers of the cave, and now she returned, her expression troubled. "There is something you should see," she said quietly. "All of you." They followed her into the darkness, guided by the light from her harp until they came to a chamber that made Peony gasp with wonder. The walls were covered with paintings, ancient images rendered in pigments that still held their colour despite the uncounted years that must have passed since their creation. The paintings depicted scenes that Peony recognised from Bramblewick's stories. There were the 7 singing stones, each one shown whole and radiant, surrounded by figures that might have been elves or men or something older still. There were images of great harmony, of forests flourishing and rivers running clear, of creatures living together in peace where the sky is filled with light. But there were darker images too, shadows creeping across the painted landscapes, stones cracking and dimming, figures fleeing before a darkness that seemed to consume everything it touched. "This place is ancient," Bramblewick murmured, his voice hushed with reverence. "These paintings predate even the oldest records I have studied. They tell the story of the singing stones from their creation to their fall." Peony moved closer to one particular image, drawn by something she could not name. It showed a single figure standing before a stone that blazed with corrupted light, its colours twisted and wrong. The figure was small, smaller than the others in the paintings, with large feet and curly hair. "A hobbit," she breathed. Bramblewick came to stand beside her, studying the image with widening eyes. "I've never seen this painting before," he said slowly. "In all my years of research, I never knew such a prophecy existed. A hobbit shall stand before the corrupted stone. A hobbit shall sing the song of healing." "Then, my grandmother," Peony began, but Bramblewick shook his head. "Your grandmother awakened the stone, but she was not the one foretold. The painting shows the stone already corrupted, already fallen into shadow. This prophecy speaks of someone who will come after, someone who will face the darkness and sing it back into light." They stood in silence, contemplating the ancient images, until Miriel spoke softly. "The storm has quieted," she said. "I can hear the wind dying outside. We should rest while we can. Tomorrow will demand all our strength." They returned to the outer chamber and made what comfort they could on the cold stone floor. Peony lay wrapped in her grandmother's cloak, the shard warm against her chest, and stared at the ceiling where shadows danced in the fading light of Miriel's harp. Sleep came slowly, and with it came dreams more vivid than any she'd known before. She stood in a great cavern, far larger than any natural space could be. The walls stretched up into darkness, and the floor was carpeted with bones, the remains of countless creatures who had ventured here and never returned. And at the centre of the cavern, upon a pedestal of black stone, sat the singing stone of healing. but it was not as her grandmother had described it. The colours that swirled within its depths were wrong, sickly greens and putrid yellows that pulsed with malevolent energy. The music that emanated from it was not a song but a scream, a discordant wail that spoke of endless pain and corruption. Figures moved in the shadows around the stone, creatures of nightmare whose forms seemed to shift and change as she watched. They had no fixed shape, these servants of the shadow, only hunger and malice given form. And then, as she watched, the stone seemed to become aware of her presence. Its pulsing intensified and the scream grew louder, more insistent. The creatures turned toward her, their formless faces fixing upon her with terrible attention. "You cannot heal what is broken," a voice whispered in her mind. "You cannot sing what has forgotten how to listen. You will fail as others have failed before you. You will become one with the darkness, and your song will be silenced forever." Peony wanted to flee, wanted to wake from this terrible dream and find herself safe in the cave with her companions. But something held her fast, something that came from deep within her own being. "I am not afraid of you," she said, and her voice rang clear and strong in the nightmare cavern. "I carry the gift of the singing stones within me. I carry the love of my grandmother and the hope of all who suffer under your shadow. You cannot silence a song that has been sung since the beginning of the world." The creatures screamed and surged toward her, but before they could reach her, she woke with a start, her heart pounding and her breath coming in ragged gasps. The cave was quiet around her. Bramblewick snored softly in his corner, and Muriel sat keeping watch by the entrance, her harp cradled in her lap. Eleanor perched nearby, her shimmering feathers catching the faint light of dawn that filtered in from outside. "You dreamed of the stone," Muriel said quietly, not turning from her vigil. Peony sat up, running a trembling hand through her curly hair. "Yes," she whispered. "It was waiting for me. It knows I am coming." The elf finally turned, and her eyes held a deep compassion. "The corrupted stones have a kind of awareness," she said. "They sense those who carry the gift, as a predator senses prey. It will try to frighten you, to make you doubt yourself. That is its nature now, to spread discord and despair." "But I am not prey," Peony said, and she was surprised to find that she meant it. "Whatever waits for me in that cavern, I will face it. I will sing the song my grandmother could not complete, and I will heal what was broken." Muriel smiled, and in that smile Peony saw respect and something that might have been hope. "Then let us prepare," the elf said, rising gracefully to her feet. "The path ahead will be dark, but you do not walk it alone." They descended from the mountains as the morning sun painted the peaks in shades of rose and gold. The storm had passed completely, leaving behind a world washed clean and glittering with fresh snow. But as they made their way down the eastern slopes, the beauty of the landscape began to fade, replaced by something far more troubling. The trees that grew on this side of the mountains were twisted and dark, their bark blackened as though scorched by invisible flames. No birds sang in their branches, and no small creatures rustled in the undergrowth. The very air seemed thick and heavy, carrying a foul odour that made Peony's stomach turn. "We are entering the zone of corruption," Bramblewick said grimly, his voice muffled by the cloth he had wrapped around his nose and mouth. "The stone's twisted power has poisoned everything within its reach. Stay close and touch nothing unless absolutely necessary." Peony pulled her grandmother's cloak tighter around her shoulders, drawing what comfort she could from its elven warmth. The shard around her neck had grown hot, almost uncomfortably so, and its song had changed, becoming more urgent, more insistent. She could feel it straining towards something ahead, like a compass needle pointing toward its true north. Muriel walked beside her, her harp clutched close to her chest. The elf's face was pale, and Peony could see the effort it cost her to continue forward. For one whose entire being was attuned to harmony and beauty, this place of discord must have been almost unbearable. "How do you endure it?" Peony asked softly, gesturing at the blighted landscape around them. Muriel was silent for a moment before answering. "I focus on what lies ahead," she said at last. "Not the corruption that surrounds us, but the healing that awaits. Every step we take brings us closer to restoration. That is what gives me strength." Eleanor flew ahead, scouting the path, her shimmering feathers the only spot of colour in the grey and blackened world. She returned frequently, landing on Bramblewick's shoulder to chirp urgent reports that only the ancient Hobbit seemed to understand. "The creatures are aware of our approach," Bramblewick translated after one such communication. "They gather in the valley below, preparing to defend their master's prize. We must find another way in, a path they do not expect." "Is there such a path?" Peony asked. Bramblewick's weathered face creased in thought. "There are old tunnels," he said slowly, "carved long ago by those who first discovered the cavern where the stone now rests. They have been sealed for centuries, but with the right song they might be opened again." He turned to Peony, his ancient eyes meeting hers with an intensity that made her breath catch. "This is where your gift becomes essential," he said. "The tunnels were sealed with music, and only music can unseal them. Muriel's voice carries power, but the tunnels will respond only to one who carries the essence of the stones themselves. That means you, Peony Goodbarrel." They travelled on through the blighted forest, following paths that seemed to shift and change around them. More than once, Peony was certain they had passed the same twisted tree before, the same patch of blackened ground. But Bramblewick led them onward with unwavering confidence, and eventually they emerged into a small clearing where the corruption seemed slightly less intense. At the centre of the clearing stood a stone arch, ancient beyond reckoning, its surface covered with carvings that might once have been beautiful, but were now obscured by creeping darkness. The space within the arch was solid rock, showing no sign of the tunnel that Bramblewick had described. "This is the entrance," the ancient hobbit said, "sealed by the last guardians of the stone before they fled the advancing shadow. Only the song of healing can open it now." Peony stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. She had practiced with Muriel throughout their journey, had learned the ancient melodies and the techniques for channeling her gift. But this was different. This was real, with consequences that would determine not only her fate, but the fate of the stone and all who suffered under its corrupted influence. She closed her eyes and placed her hand upon the cold stone of the arch. Immediately she felt the shard around her neck flare with heat, and the single note it had been singing transformed, becoming a chord, a harmony of sounds that seemed to reach back through time to the very moment of the tunnel's sealing. And then, without conscious thought, Peony began to sing. The melody that poured from her throat was not one she had learned from Muriel or heard from any living being. It came from somewhere deeper, from the gift that had been passed down through generations, from the connection she shared with the singing stones themselves. The words were in no language she knew, yet she understood their meaning perfectly, a plea for opening, for passage, for the right to heal what had been wounded. The stone beneath her hand began to warm. The carvings on the arch, obscured for so long by corruption, started to glow with a soft golden light. And slowly, impossibly, the solid rock within the arch began to shimmer and fade, revealing a passage that descended into the earth. Peony's voice faltered and stopped, and she opened her eyes to find Bramblewick and Muriel staring at her with expressions of wonder. "I have lived for many ages of this world," Muriel whispered. "I have heard the great singers of my people, voices that could make the stars themselves weep with their beauty. But never have I heard anything like that. The gift truly lives within you, Peony Goodbarrel. The stones themselves have acknowledged you." The tunnel before them was dark, but as Peony stepped forward, the shard around her neck began to glow, casting a soft illumination that pushed back the shadows. The walls of the passage were smooth, carved with the same intricate patterns as the arch, and she could feel the faint echo of ancient music embedded in the stone itself. They descended for what felt like hours, the tunnel winding ever deeper into the heart of the mountain. The air grew warmer as they went, thick with a humidity that made breathing difficult. And the corruption that had tainted the world above seemed to intensify with every step, pressing against Peony's senses like a physical weight. Finally, the tunnel opened into a vast cavern, and Peony recognized it immediately from her dream. The bones that carpeted the floor, the walls that stretched up into impenetrable darkness, the black stone pedestal at the centre, and upon it, pulsing with sickly light, the corrupted singing stone of healing. But there was something her dream had not prepared her for. The creatures that served the shadow were not formless things lurking in the darkness. They stood in ranks around the stone, hundreds of them, their eyes fixed upon the intruders with hunger and malice. And at their head, seated upon a throne of twisted metal, was a figure that made Peony's blood run cold. It had once been an elf. She could see that much. The height, the shape of the ears, the remnants of grace in its bearing. But centuries of exposure to the stone's corruption had transformed it into something monstrous. Its skin was the colour of diseased flesh, and its eyes burned with a light that spoke of madness and eternal hunger. So the creature spoke, and its voice was like the scraping of metal on stone. The promised one has finally arrived. We have waited long for this moment, little hobbit. The stone whispered of your coming, sang of the hope you carry, and now you are here, walking willingly into our embrace. Peony felt fear threatening to overwhelm her, but she forced herself to stand tall to meet the creature's terrible gaze without flinching. "I have come to heal the stone," she said, and she was proud that her voice did not tremble. "I have come to undo the corruption you have wrought." The creature laughed, and the sound echoed through the cavern, mingling with the discordant scream of the corrupted stone. "Heal it," it repeated mockingly. "Child, you do not understand what you face. The stone is not sick. It has been liberated. It sings now as it was always meant to sing, a song of power, of dominion, of eternal night. Your healing would be its death." "Then let it die," Peony replied, and she felt the shard around her neck blaze with approval. "Let it die and be reborn as it was meant to be. The darkness you serve is not liberation. It is a prison, and I carry the key." The corrupted elf rose from its throne, and as it moved, the creatures around it stirred, their formless bodies rippling with anticipation. The air in the cavern grew thick with malice, pressing against Peony's chest until each breath became a struggle. "You speak of keys and prisons," the creature hissed, descending the steps of its dark throne with terrible grace. "But you know nothing of the chains that once bound this stone, the limitations placed upon its power by those who feared what it might become. I have set it free, little hobbit. I have given it the voice it was always meant to have." Behind her, Peony heard Muriel draw a sharp breath, and Bramblewick's walking stick tapped nervously against the stone floor. Eleanor had taken refuge in the shadows of the tunnel entrance, her usually bright feathers dim in the presence of so much corruption. "You were once an elf," Peony said, taking a step forward, despite every instinct screaming at her to flee. "You were once a creature of light and beauty. How could you have fallen so far?" The creature paused, and for a moment something flickered in its burning eyes, a ghost of what it had once been. "I was Falindor of Lothlorien," it said, and there was an ancient pain in its voice beneath the malice. "I was a singer of songs, a keeper of harmonies. When the stone was taken, I pursued those who stole it, thinking to save it from corruption. Instead, it saved me. That is not salvation," Muriel called out, her voice clear despite the terror Peony knew she must be feeling. "That is enslavement. The stone has twisted your mind, made you its instrument rather than its guardian." Falindor turned its burning gaze upon the elf maiden, and a cruel smile twisted its corrupted features. "Muriel of Rivendell," it said, "I remember your grandmother. She wept when I departed, believing me lost. Perhaps you will weep too before this night is ended." "Enough," Peony said, and she was surprised by the authority in her own voice. "I did not come here to trade words with a fallen elf. I came to heal the stone, and that is what I intend to do." She reached up and grasped the shard around her neck, feeling its warmth flooding through her fingers, up her arm into her very heart. The single note it had sung for so long swelled, becoming a chord, a harmony, a symphony of sound that seemed to fill the cavern despite the stone's discordant scream. "Then come, little hobbit," Falindor said, spreading its arms wide in mocking invitation. "Come and sing your song of healing. We shall see whose voice is stronger." Peony walked forward, her footsteps steady despite the fear that threatened to consume her. The creatures parted before her, their formless bodies shrinking away from the light that emanated from the shard. She could feel their hunger, their desire to consume her, but something held them back, some power they could not overcome. As she approached the pedestal, the corrupted stone's scream grew louder, more insistent. The sickly colours that swirled within its depths pulsed faster, and waves of nausea washed over her. But she did not stop. She could not stop. Her grandmother had come this far once, had touched this same stone before its fall. She would not fail where Lobelia had been forced to retreat. When she reached the pedestal, she placed both hands upon the stone surface. The world exploded into chaos. Pain lanced through her, more intense than anything she'd ever experienced. The corruption within the stone surged into her, seeking to overwhelm her gift, to silence the song that burned in her heart. She heard Miriel cry out, heard Bramblewick shout her name, but their voices seemed impossibly distant, separated from her by walls of agony. And then, beneath the pain, she heard something else. A voice, faint but familiar, speaking words of encouragement and love. "Sing, my darling." The voice was her grandmother's, reaching across the miles that separated them, carried perhaps by the shard that connected them to the same ancient power. "Sing the song that lives within you. Do not let the darkness silence your voice." Peony opened her mouth and music poured forth. It was not the practice melodies Miriel had taught her, nor the simple songs she had sung in her grandmother's garden. It was something older, something deeper, a music that had existed before the world was made, before the first sunrise painted the sky. It was the song of creation itself, the harmony that held all things together, the voice of light speaking into the void. The corrupted stone shuddered beneath her hands. The sickly colours that swirled within it flickered, and for a moment she glimpsed the true beauty hidden beneath the corruption, blues and greens and silvers that spoke of healing and restoration. But the corruption fought back. Feylindor's voice rose in a counter-melody, a song of discord and despair that sought to drown out Peony's hymn of healing. The creatures that served the shadows surged forward, their hunger overcoming their fear, their formless bodies reaching for the young hobbit who dared to challenge their master's power. Miriel's harp rang out, adding its voice to Peony's song. The elf maiden had moved to stand beside her, her fingers flying across the silver strings, weaving harmonies that strengthened and supported the melody Peony sang. And Bramblewick was there too, his ancient voice cracked and hoarse, but carrying power nonetheless, speaking words of binding that held the creatures at bay. Even Eleanor joined the chorus, her haunting trills rising above the chaos, a descant of pure beauty that seemed to pierce the very heart of the corruption. The battle raged on, song against song, light against darkness, healing against corruption. Peony felt her strength fading, her voice growing hoarse, her hands burning where they touched the stone surface. The corruption was too deep, too entrenched. Centuries of malice could not be undone by a single hobbit, no matter how great her gift. And then she remembered her grandmother's words, spoken on that final night before she had departed the Shire. The greatest power is not in the voice alone. It is in the heart that gives the voice its meaning. Love, Peony. Love is the song that can heal any wound. Peony thought of her grandmother, of the love that had surrounded her throughout her childhood, of the warmth and safety of her cosy hobbit hole. She thought of Bramblewick, who had waited centuries for someone to complete the quest. She thought of Miriel, who had left her people to walk into darkness in service of a hope she barely understood. She thought of all the creatures who suffered under the stone's corruption, of the lands that had been blighted, of the lives that had been lost. And she loved them. She loved them all, with a fierce and burning love that transcended her fear and pain. Her voice swelled with new power, and the song transformed. It was no longer just music. It was love-given voice, hope-given form, healing-given wings. It poured from her throat like liquid light, washing over the stone, seeping into every crack and crevice of its corrupted surface. The stone shuddered again, more violently this time. The sickly colours began to fade, replaced by the true hues that had lain dormant for so long. The discordant scream that had filled the cavern transformed, becoming first a moan, then a sigh, and finally, impossibly, a note of pure, perfect harmony. Feylindor screamed, a sound of agony and loss that echoed through the cavern. The corruption that had sustained it for so many centuries was unravelling, and with it, the twisted form it had worn for so long. The elf fell to its knees, its burning eyes dimming, its monstrous features softening. The creatures of shadow dissolved like mist before the dawn, their formless bodies unable to withstand the light that now blazed from the healing stone. They shrieked as they faded, their hunger unfulfilled, their darkness banished. And Peony sang on, her voice carrying the song to its conclusion, a final chord that hung in the air like a promise, like a blessing, like the first breath of spring after a long and bitter winter. When at last she fell silent, the cavern was transformed. Where darkness had reigned, now soft golden light filled every corner. The bones that had carpeted the floor were gone, returned to the earth from which they had come. and the stone upon its pedestal blazed with colours so beautiful that Peony wept to behold them. She had done it. Against all odds, against centuries of corruption, against the very forces of shadow itself, she had healed the singing stone of healing. The silence that followed Peony's final note was profound, a stillness that seemed to hold its breath in wonder at what had transpired. She stood before the restored stone, her hand still resting upon its now warm surface, feeling the gentle pulse of its true music flowing through her veins like liquid starlight. Muriel approached slowly, her face wet with tears that caught the golden light. "In all my years," she whispered, "I never thought to witness such a thing. The songs of old speak of the stones in their glory, but mere words could never capture this beauty. You have done what none believed possible, Peony Goodbarrel." Bramblewick had sunk to his knees, his ancient body trembling with exhaustion and joy. His rheumy eyes glistened as he gazed upon the healed stone, and when he spoke, his voice cracked with emotion. "Centuries," he murmured, "centuries I have waited, hoping against hope that one day the corruption might be undone. And now, to see it with my own eyes, to witness the fulfillment of prophecy." His words failed him, and he simply shook his head in wonder. But Peony's attention had been drawn to another figure, one that lay crumpled upon the cavern floor where the creatures of shadow had once stood. Philindor, the corrupted elf who had guarded the stone through its long darkness, now lay still and silent, transformed by the healing light. She released the stone and crossed to where the fallen elf lay, kneeling beside the motionless form. What she saw made her heart ache with compassion. The corruption had been burned away, leaving behind the true face of the one who had once been a singer of Lothlorien. The features were gaunt, marked by centuries of suffering, but there was peace in them now, a tranquility that spoke of release from unimaginable torment. As she watched, Phalindor's eyes fluttered open. They were no longer burning with malevolent fire, but soft and grey, filled with a sorrow too deep for words. The elf's lips moved, and Peony leaned closer to hear the whispered words. "Forgive me," Phalindor breathed. "I thought I could save it. I thought my will was strong enough to resist the corruption, but it consumed me, twisted me into a monster. The things I have done, the suffering I have caused." "Hush now," Peony said gently, taking the elf's cold hand in her own. "The stone has been healed, and with it you have been freed. Whatever darkness held you is gone." A single tear traced down Phalindor's hollow cheek. "You've given me a gift I do not deserve, little hobbit. Peace, after so many centuries of madness. I can feel it calling to me now, the halls of my ancestors, the light beyond the circles of the world." Muriel had come to kneel beside them, her face solemn with the gravity of what she witnessed. "Go in peace, kinsman," she said softly. "Your long watch is ended. May you find rest among the blessed shores." Phalindor's eyes drifted closed, and a gentle smile touched the elf's lips. "The stone," he whispered. "Guard it well. There are others still corrupted, still waiting for one with the gift to set them free. The quest is not ended, only begun." With those final words, the ancient elf fell still, and Peony felt the spirit depart, rising upward, like a song ascending toward the heavens. She remained kneeling for a long moment, paying silent tribute to one who had suffered so much and found redemption at the last. When she finally rose, she found Bramblewick standing beside the healed stone, his weathered face thoughtful. "The elf spoke truly," he said. "This is but the first of 7 stones. The others remain corrupted, scattered across Middle-earth, in places of darkness and peril. Your quest has only begun, young Peony." Peony looked at the stone, feeling its gentle music resonating with the shard around her neck. For the first time since leaving the Shire, she did not feel afraid of what lay ahead. She had faced the darkness and emerged victorious. She had discovered the true depth of her gift and the power of love to heal even the deepest wounds. "Then we will seek them out," she said, and her voice carried a quiet certainty. "One by one we will find the corrupted stones and restore them. But first," she added, turning toward the tunnel that led back to the surface, "I made a promise to my grandmother. I must return home, if only for a little while. I must let her know that I'm safe, that her sacrifice was not in vain." Bramblewick nodded, a smile creasing his ancient features. "That is as it should be," he agreed. The Shire has ever been a place of restoration and peace. Rest there, gather your strength, and when you are ready, we will continue our journey together." Miriel placed a gentle hand on Peony's shoulder. "And I will remain with you, if you will have me," she said. "This quest has become my own. I would see it through to the end." Eleanor swooped down from wherever she'd been hiding and landed on Peony's shoulder, her shimmering feathers restored to their full brilliance in the stone's healing light. The bird trilled a note of agreement, and Peony laughed, a sound of pure joy that echoed through the transformed cavern. They departed the cavern together, leaving the healed stone to pulse with its gentle music in the silence. The tunnel that had been dark and oppressive on their descent now seemed filled with light, and the climb upward was far easier than it had any right to be. When they emerged into the open air, they found the world transformed. The corruption that had blighted the forest was already fading, the blackened trees showing the first signs of new growth, the poisoned earth beginning to heal. Birds sang in the branches, and small creatures rustled in the underbrush, returned from wherever they had fled during the stone's long corruption. The journey back to the Shire took many weeks, but they were weeks of peace and wonder. Spring had come to Middle-earth, and everywhere they travelled they found signs of renewal and hope. The stone's healing power, now restored, was spreading outward like ripples in a pond, touching lands that had long suffered under the shadow of its corruption. When at last they crossed the borders of the Shire, Peony felt tears spring to her eyes. Everything was exactly as she remembered it. The rolling green hills, the cosy hobbit holes, the peaceful fields where farmers worked and children played. Nothing had changed, and yet everything had changed, for she was no longer the restless young hobbit who had departed on an autumn evening. She had become something more, something she was still learning to understand. Her grandmother was waiting at the door of their hobbit hole, as though she'd known the precise moment of Peony's return. Lobelia had aged in the months of her granddaughter's absence, her face more lined, her hair more silver, but her eyes were bright with joy and relief as Peony ran to embrace her. "You did it," Lobelia whispered, holding her granddaughter close. "I felt it, even here, even so far away. The moment the stone was healed, I felt the music return to my heart. The gift that was broken within me has been restored." Peony pulled back, searching her grandmother's face. "You can feel it again? The connection to the stones?" Lobelia nodded, and there were tears streaming down her wrinkled cheeks. "Because of you, my darling. Because of your courage and your love. You have healed not only the stone, but me as well. The wound I have carried for so many years has finally been closed." They held each other for a long time, grandmother and granddaughter, while Bramblewick and Miriel waited respectfully at a distance. And when at last they parted, Peony saw that her grandmother's eyes held not only joy but understanding. "You will go again," Lobelia said. "You will seek out the other stones." "I must," Peony replied. "There are still 6 more waiting to be healed. The quest has only begun." Lobelia nodded slowly, and though there was sorrow in her eyes, there was also pride. "Then go with my blessing," she said, "and know that whenever you need to rest, whenever the road grows too long and the burden too heavy, the Shire will be waiting for you. Home will always be here." And so Peony Goodbarrel rested in the Shire through the long summer months, regaining her strength and preparing for the journeys that lay ahead. But often in the quiet evenings, she would sit in her grandmother's garden, the shard warm against her chest, and she would sing softly to herself, songs of healing and hope, of love that conquers darkness and light that never fades. And the hobbits of Tuckborough, hearing her voice drifting on the gentle breeze, would smile and shake their heads in wonder, marvelling at the strange and beautiful music that had come to dwell among them, never guessing that they listened to the voice of one who had walked into shadow and emerged victorious, one who would one day heal all the singing stones and restore harmony to all of Middle-earth. For that, dear listener, is a tale for another evening, when the stars shine bright above the Shire and the gentle winds carry whispers of adventures yet to come. But for now, let the peace of this moment wrap around you like a warm blanket, and let the music of the healed stones sing you softly into dreams of wonder and joy. Sleep now, and may your rest be as peaceful as a summer afternoon in the Shire, where the fields are green and the sky is blue and all is well in the world.